finns ju en här också, i mitten.
Klockan är 9 och kammaren.
It is 9 o'clock and it is time to open today's proceedings. The group leaders and myself have agreed on a recommendation. I'd like to inform you that anyone who is present in the chamber will use a face mask beginning today. They are available at the entrance, where you can get a set of 2 or 4. When you speak at the rostrum, you do not need to wear a mask, nor when you step up for any of the rejoinders, and that's why we have waste paper bins available so that you can throw away the used one and take a new one. And remember to use the disinfectant in combination with the mask. Item 1 on today's agenda is the foreign policy debate. The foreign policy debate is divided into 2 parts. First, an opening part with the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the representatives of each party, followed by a second part in which other speakers who wish to be given the opportunity to speak are given the floor. As for the first one, the Minister for Foreign Affairs will present the government's statement of foreign policy first, an address which may take a maximum of 20 minutes. This is then followed by speeches from the other parties in the order of the size of each party. The opposition parties are given the floor for no longer than 8 minutes, and the party representative of the Green Party is given the floor for no longer than 6 minutes. There's a free right of rejoinder for all of these speeches. The dueling method is applied with rejoinders lasting for no longer than 2 minutes and then 1 minute. Ann Linnister of the Social Democratic Party, Minister for Foreign Affairs, has the floor. Please go ahead.
Herr talman.
Mr. Speaker.
Deklaration men säga något.
I would like to begin this statement of foreign policy this year by saying something that is obvious to us all, and that is that politics matter. This year marks 100 years since women were first able to exercise their right to vote in a parliamentary election. This was the milestone that made Sweden a democracy. Democracy is something that we take for granted, but it is something that is still denied the majority of the world's population. The government is working for an international order based on international law with rules and agreements rather than might is right, with our clear security policy line, solidarity-based aid, climate and environment investments, our feminist foreign policy and also our strong trade policy. We are not only able to safeguard our own country, but also contribute to peace, security and development and democracy globally. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has claimed more than 2 million lives worldwide. Sweden has pushed for global equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines, and through the EU we are part of the COVAX Global Vaccine Cooperation Initiative, and the EU has mobilized 853 million euros for COVAX, making it the largest donor. Sweden has contributed with 200 million Swedish krona and is participating in the efforts to strengthen COVAX's access to vaccine supplies. Now, to secure vaccine supplies for the EEA countries, Sweden has undertaken to sell vaccines on to Norway, Iceland and Switzerland. Mr. Speaker, as chairperson of the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe in 2021, Sweden is standing up for the European security order based on international law and the UN Charter. We want to highlight the relationship that the OSCE identifies between respect for democracy, human rights and the rule of law, and also security within and between states. The unresolved conflicts in Nagorno-Karabakh, Ukraine, Georgia, Transnistria are examples of the consequences of disregarding the European security order. These challenges are something that also affect Sweden. Mr. Speaker, the EU is Sweden's most important foreign and security policy arena. In an uncertain world, the EU must be a strong voice for peace, democracy, human rights and the rule of law. A well-functioning EU is a prerequisite for Sweden's welfare. The majority of our trade is with other EU member states, and it's at the EU level that we can strengthen the green transition and safeguard jobs. The EU-UK Trade and Cooperation Agreement lays the foundations for an important future partnership. The government intends to deepen Sweden's and the EU's relations with the UK, including in the area of foreign and security policy. Nordic cooperation is important, but is facing severe trials during the COVID-19 pandemic. Cooperation with the Baltic states is also of great importance to our region and our common security. The government has presented a new strategy for the Arctic region. The countries of the Western Balkans are an important part of the EU's neighbourhood as well. Turkey plays a key role for the EU. We will support the democratic forces in Turkey and will also be clear in our criticism with regard to human rights violations in the country and also Turkey's actions in the vicinity of Turkey. The UN remains a cornerstone of Swedish foreign policy and we will remain an influential voice in the UN. In the follow-up of the declaration commemorating the 75th anniversary of the UN, which was adopted following negotiations led by Sweden and Qatar, we showed that it is in fact possible to agree on an ambitious way forward to strengthen the UN. The value of the UN's actions to alleviate suffering and prevent hunger cannot be overestimated. As one of the world's largest donors, Sweden supports the UN's work in a number of humanitarian crises. Last year's Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the World Food Programme, and this was proof that the UN's work does make a difference. Mr. Speaker, Sweden's foreign and security policy builds on cohesion in the EU and also cooperation on a broad front in the Nordic and Baltic Sea regions, in the UN and in the OSCE, and with NATO. A strong transatlantic link is important for the security of both Europe and the United States. Sweden will not remain passive if another EU member state or Nordic country suffers a disaster or an attack. We expect these countries would react in the same way if Sweden was affected. We must therefore be able to both give and receive support, both civilian as well as military. Sweden's security policy remains firmly in place. Our non-participation in military alliances has served us well and contributes to stability and security in Northern Europe. It requires an active, broad and responsible foreign and security policy combined with enhanced defence cooperation, in particular with Finland, and also credible national defence capabilities. We need to contribute to long-term stability and security in our neck of the woods of Europe. The security situation in Sweden's vicinity and in Europe has deteriorated over time. In response to this trend, a historic investment in total defence is underway, and we are continuing to reinforce our international defence and security policy cooperation. Through our participation in civilian and military operations in countries like Afghanistan, Iraq, Mali, Ukraine, Sweden is contributing to security, preventing conflicts and creating the conditions for sustainable development. This commitment is an important part of our solidarity-based security policy, and it also contributes to our common security. Mr. Speaker, it is in these times more important than it has ever been before to pursue a feminist foreign policy to promote women's and girls' rights. Several countries have now followed Sweden's example. The government has given additional support totaling more than 260 million kronor globally to counteract the effects of the pandemic on activities linked to sexual and reproductive health rights, as an example. Sweden has taken on a leading role in the Global Action Coalition on Economic Justice and Rights. Sweden will continue to work for women's and girls' economic empowerment, including through the introduction of social and economic reforms and gender equality in the labour market. The Women, Peace and Security agenda is an important priority of Sweden's term as chairperson of the OSCE. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing pandemic affects our consular work. In the spring of 2020, the consular efforts of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs helped bring around 9,000 stranded Swedes home on 400 different means of transport. The Swedish Foreign Service works constantly and intensively on the most difficult consular cases. We always have the best interests of the individual in mind, and we will never give up our efforts. Mr. Speaker, the United States has elected a new president, and his statement on cooperation with allies and partners is something that's important for us in Sweden and the EU. There are many areas in which we can renew and deepen our cooperation, including within security policy, multilateralism, trade, the green transition, new technologies, democracy, gender equality, including sexual and reproductive health and rights. During the spring 2021, the government plans to adopt new strategies for development cooperation in Latin America. The government is monitoring the consequences of the demonstrations in Chile, and the work to draw up a new constitution. Sweden is working through both the EU and the UN to support a negotiated political solution in Venezuela. Mr. Speaker, the government supports Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and every country's right to choose its security policy path. Russia's aggression against Ukraine and its illegal annexation of Crimea are unacceptable. These violations of international law undermine the European security order and are grounds for continued sanctions against Russia. Where we have shared interests, we can and should cooperate with Russia. One example of this is the Council of Baltic Sea States, in which cooperation with Russia does work well. At the same time, we are rather concerned at the negative trends with regard to human rights and civil society space in Russia, and we condemn all violations of international law and the poisonings that have taken place. The fraudulent election and the brutal abuses committed by the regime in Belarus are unacceptable. Along with the other member states, EU member states, we've introduced targeted sanctions against those responsible. The challenges that have marked the EU's eastern area over the last year make EU engagement in the region through the Eastern Partnership more important than it has been for some time now.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago I visited Yemen. It was clear how much Sweden's involvement is appreciated. Sweden continues to provide comprehensive humanitarian aid to Yemen's long-suffering population, as well as support to the UN-led peace process. The conflict in Syria remains one of the world's most serious crises still. The only way to achieve peace in Syria is through a political solution. The government values relations with both Israel and Palestine. Sweden is working together with the European Union for the resumption of meaningful negotiations between Israel and Palestine and a resolution based on international law in which two states can coexist in peace and security. In terms of non-proliferation and the security situation in the Middle East, it is essential to preserve the nuclear deal with Iran. Iran must resume full compliance and the United States at the same time must rejoin. And we also underscore the serious human rights situation in Iran. Sweden has a long-standing comprehensive commitment to peace, democracy and development in Africa. In Ethiopia, the conflict in Tigray threatens to undermine the country's democratic development with far-reaching regional consequences. In Sudan, the political transition continues under a civilian-led transitional government after 30 years of authoritarian rule. The security situation in the Sahel is cause for great concern, and in August a military coup took place in Mali. A transitional government is now in place and general elections are due to be held in 2022. Sweden contributes to security and development in the Sahel. Mr. Speaker, Asia's growing importance means opportunities for trade and investment, green technology and innovation. The government is developing its cooperation with countries such as India, Japan and South Korea. Sweden also has a role to play in conflict resolution and disarmament on the Korean peninsula. The coup in Myanmar is unacceptable and the government condemns it. China's international significance affects Sweden and Swedish interests to an ever-growing extent. Sweden and the EU see global challenges that we can only address together with China, such as climate change, health, and a well-functioning and fair free trade order. While cooperation is important, we will take action against security-threatening activity directed at Sweden and Swedish companies. We engage in a frank and open dialogue with China in which human rights and freedom of expression are key aspects. The government is particularly concerned about the shrinking democratic space in Hong Kong. Hong Kong residents' human rights must be respected. Sweden must increase its knowledge of China. In January of this year, the National Knowledge Center of China began its activities. The government looks positively on increased trade cooperation with China and welcomes the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. Mr. Speaker, it is concerning that democracy is being challenged in many parts of the world. Growing authoritarian forces are often linked to economic and social disparities. Through The Drive for Democracy initiative. 600 activities have reached 1.7 million people. We've held 70 democracy talks, providing a platform for civil society, trade union members, LGBTIQ people, and women's rights activists. Swedish democracy assistance has increased in recent years. The internet has opened up new possibilities to participate in democracy, but it has also lowered thresholds for those seeking to curtail democracy and freedom of expression. And for this reason, the government will initiate a dialogue with platform providers to discuss how they can work together with civil society to combat threats and hate, strengthen democracy, and protect human rights on the internet. Anti-Semitism on social media is one of several important themes that will be covered at the Malmö International Forum on Holocaust Remembrance and Combating Anti-Semitism at the invitation of the Swedish government. To address the shrinking space for trade union organisation, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs intends to implement continuing professional development initiatives in this area, and the Swedish Global Deal Initiative promotes good labour market relations. Organised crime is a major challenge for our society. The violence expressed in shootings and explosions is only one aspect of organised crime. This type of crime often has clear international connections. Work is now underway to determine how our missions abroad can assist law enforcement authorities. 5 embassies have been specially tasked with developing the capacity of the Swedish Foreign Service. Mr. Speaker, the threat of nuclear weapons is a critical issue. The Stockholm Initiative is one of the leading political initiatives for nuclear disarmament. The decision of the United States and Russia to extend the New START disarmament treaty is especially welcome in this respect. The world cannot afford another nuclear arms race. And just over a month ago, the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons entered into force. I have written to the UN to reaffirm Sweden's intention to participate as an observer. Sweden's disarmament policy should continue to be informed by a strong knowledge base in the future. And for this reason, a National Knowledge Centre for Research on Nuclear Disarmament is now being established at Uppsala University at the government's initiative. A future scenario of lethal autonomous weapons systems, so-called laws, that do not comply with international law must be avoided. And with the objective of an effective international ban, Sweden is actively participating in the important work within the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Sweden will take the lead in implementing the 2030 agenda. It is a roadmap towards a stronger, more resilient and sustainable world. The government is continuing its efforts to promote international corporate social responsibility. Sweden's development assistance is effective and world-class, and the government remains committed to the target of 1% of GNI. Mr. Speaker, the climate crisis, loss of biodiversity, and depletion and pollution of the world's oceans are global and cross-border issues that affect us all. They threaten to irreversibly alter the conditions for humankind, exacerbate famine, and increase the number of conflicts and pandemics we see around the world. Next year, Sweden will host the global high-level meeting Stockholm Plus 50. Sweden will continue to lead the way through our own transition to a fossil-free society and via our climate diplomacy. The government has tasked SIDA, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, with enhancing efforts to promote sustainable use of biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, the government is strengthening the promotion of strategic investment in Sweden to improve our competitiveness. Sweden should work for a stronger link between the Paris Agreement and trade. Sweden's trade policy should contribute to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and to sustainable development and the green transition. The government wants to see more ambitious sustainability chapters in the EU free trade agreements. With their worldwide presence, Swedish companies have not only great opportunities but also responsibility to strengthen respect for human rights, and we will highlight ways in which international regulatory frameworks for export credits should contribute to achieving the global sustainable development goals and the Paris Agreement. A key factor in responding to the pandemic has been to secure access to staff, equipment and medicines. For this reason, a well-functioning single market with freedom of movement and free trade is critical. Mr. Speaker, I began this year's statement of foreign policy by looking to the past, so let me conclude by looking to the future. We face a decade of possibilities. Technological advances are apparent in the green transition and in vaccines being developed at record speed. Social progress has resulted in a global increase in prosperity in which millions of people have been lifted out of poverty. What must now follow is political transformation, because without politics and without democracy and freedom for people, technological advances and social progress are to no avail. Let me therefore conclude with a passage from American poet, the young black woman Amanda Gorman's reading at Joe Biden's presidential inauguration in the United States. And I quote, "But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith, we trust. For while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us." Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And the following: Hans Wallmark of the Moderate Party, Marcus Wiechel, Sweden Democrats, Kerstin Lundgren, the Centre Party, Håkan Svenneling, the Left Party, Lars Adaktusson of the Christian Democrats, and Fredrik Malm of the Liberal Party have requested rejoinders to the Minister's address. Hans Wallmark of the Moderate Party first. You have the floor.
Herr talman!
Mr. Speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gui Minhai, David Isaac, two people who have not been mentioned in the foreign policy declaration this year either. These are two unique special consular cases, and these names deserve to be mentioned from the podium in the Parliament, also by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say that this government is quite careless in their formulations. I would like to cite the security policy situation in Sweden and Europe has deteriorated over the year. An armed attack against Sweden cannot be excluded, and military means of power and threats against this cannot be excluded. And Sweden will be affected if there is a security policy crisis or conflict in our neighboring region. This is something that the Defense Committee has talked about, and this is what the government also has adopted. It's on the page 26 of the foreign policy proposition that was presented last year in December. And evidence too, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quoting from the declaration, the security policy in Europe has deteriorated, and now we see a historic investment in the total defense and are strengthening our military defense and security policy cooperation. These are completely different sentences. We have one in the declaration and one that came from the Defense Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, duality means ambiguity. And could please the Minister of Foreign Affairs explain what they mean by this?
Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Hans Wallmark, for those questions. I'd like to begin by commenting the issue of Gui Minhai and David Isaac. Of course, the government continues its tireless efforts both on behalf of both of those two, Gui Minhai and David Isaac, and other consular cases, which I made very clear in my opening remarks. We believe that it is by never giving up in our efforts, we can succeed. That is the only way. There are also other cases, Jalali in Iran, Ola Baini, and a number of Swedes, in fact, who are deprived of their liberty, and we are working to see their release. No one should doubt the fact that the Foreign Service is doing its utmost to ensure the release of these Swedish citizens. As for security policy, our approach is clear. Sweden is non-aligned in terms of military alliances. We cooperate with a number of other countries, mainly Finland, but we also have cooperation within the framework of OSCE, UN, EU, and we also work together with NATO. There have been no shifts or changes, as Hans Wallmark mentioned, over the past few years. There have been a few rhetorical shifts, however, no factual changes. What is striking in what Hans Wallmark says is the actual request for a shift, a NATO option, and the government is opposed to it. Thank you. Hans Wallmark.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'm sorry, you're not clear. Which line are you following? The one that you were recently talking about in the declaration, or the line that has been the Defense Committee's position that we also took up in the defense proposition, and where you said we cannot be excluded that military means of power or threats of those can be used against Sweden? That's not rhetorics. These are fundamental structures of Swedish security policy. Mr. Speaker, when the government now is very unclear and rejects a majority of the parliament who's for a NATO option, I think it's reasonable that we now invite to party negotiations, because security policy is too important to just do it on their own. Thank you.
Final rejoinder. Thank you. The government is not being unclear, but what the moderate party are doing, on the other hand, is that they're pushing through a NATO option against the will of the government parties, a factual, actual amendment, a shift where we would prefer a solution where we do not change the actual matters at hand. Sweden is not a member of a military alliance. There is no shift in relation to the prevailing period of defense policy. We saw the same in the political focus bill for the period 2014-15. And any shift, therefore, cannot be determined through what was adopted at a later stage. The differences in wording are not such that they mean any actual shift in the policy direction, but to signal to the rest of the world that we're considering an application for membership in the NATO is a shift, on the other hand. Following, Marcus Wiechel from the Sweden Democrats has the floor for the next rejoinder.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned in her declaration that it's now 100 years ago since we had equal right to vote for women in Sweden. And I'm convinced that we all in this chamber are very happy about this and proud, because Sweden has been at the forefront regarding this if we compare ourselves to other countries in the world. But despite this, we now know that the government continues to shower charity organizations with money that are for everything but the equal rights of women. In 9 years, you've given 627 million to Islamic Relief through SIDA. This is one of a real cash cow for the Muslim Brotherhood, and the government continues to give them money. In the US, they finished giving the aid to Islamic Brotherhood worldwide after the many scandals as regards anti-Semitism and a lot of other problems. So this organization has been marred by scandals for quite some time. And the US has stopped their large funding of this organization. It doesn't help that the Islamic Relief now and then exchange their board, which they do now and then. This is completely rotten organization. It goes against everything that Swedish foreign policy should be for. And I would like to know why the government is continuing to give money to Islamic organizations. Thank you. Minister of Foreign Affairs, please.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Marcus Wiechel, for that question. The question concerns Swedish cooperation and Swedish development assistance policy. As opposed to the Sweden Democrats, we stand up and defend the idea of sticking to the 1% target and have an effective development assistance with many collaborators and cooperation partners. The various organizations we work with are well controlled and their operations are monitored to avoid a situation where you end up in difficulties such as corruption or similar issues. The organization mentioned by Marcus Wiechel, Islamic Relief Worldwide is their name. They've come out well in the assessments based on core humanitarian standards evaluations. There's an evaluation process ongoing within the Assistance Development Aid, SIDA, and Islamic Relief in Sweden currently, and an evaluation assessment which I cannot here and now preempt the conclusions of, but it's important to be able to supervise and monitor these various entities with concrete factors that can be confirmed and monitored. As for Islamic Relief, as such, the organization has gone through more than 500 audits and assessments over the past 10 years. After the events of the last few years, Charity Commission have opened up a compliance matter, and the outcome of that work can be seen in about a month from now. Let me also conclude by saying that it is SIDA, the Development Assistance Agency, that is responsible for working with these matters, and there is no detailed control by the government. Marcus Wiechel.
Svaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for this reply. As the Minister, I'm sure, is aware, I am a fan of international aid, and the Swedish Democratic Party has for many years been for the most generous aid policy in the government and in the parliament. And now we've also had time to reevaluate this because we've seen the problems we have in society over the past few years and that this also has an effect on the aid policy. But what I think is important here is that 1% of the aid the goal is to just funnel as much money as possible out of the country. I don't see what the value is. We have to make sure that the money actually comes to good use. And we know that this part of it goes to an organization that is not part of the values that I think the Swedish foreign policy should be based on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that the Sweden Democrats have changed their mind, because it's precisely what we used to say to the Trump administration and about the Trump administration. If you dislike how an organization works, the best approach is not to pull out of it, but to try and change from within. And this is precisely why the government and the development assistance body, SIDA, work continuously to ensure that Swedish development assistance is not used for corrupt purposes, that it is used in a safe and secure manner, that it is effective, and that it's based on our values. This is a very extensive task, and in my view, it's working well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. That concludes this round of rejoinders. Kerstin Lundgren of the Centre Party has the floor for the next round of rejoinders.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Minister of Foreign Affairs, for this Declaration of Foreign Policy 2021. Many of parts of this we can concur with, Mr. Speaker. I saw what you talked about SHR, which we all share and find important. I also think it's important and good with the attempts that Sweden has been doing to try to reach a solution to the Yemen conflict, and also the Eastern Partnership that we are very committed to. This is important for Sweden. As regards marking, and of course, the Ukraine, that's very important. I could comment more on this, but I would also like to talk about the things that we don't agree on, Mr. Speaker, and this is about the security policy. Why doesn't the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the government ensure to have a broad political support for Swedish security policy? Why is the government insisting on saying that the security policy line is steady, even though they don't have support for it in the parliament? This is breaking tradition. We always usually have a united view on this. Why, Mr. Speaker, does the government not listen to the parliament and see that there's a new situation in Sweden? We'd also like to see an invitation, because together we can create more and be more clear, and we've done that before as well. Security policy now is breaking the tradition that Sweden has always had to try to find unity. The government is shaping the foreign policy and security policy, and the government is also responsible for seeing that we have broad support for their policy.
Och tack Kerstin Lundgren för frågan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question, Kerstin Lundgren. I'm very pleased to note that there are a number of areas where we agree. There are well-established forms for support and discussion. The Defence Commission, of course, plays a central role in all of this, and we value the broad consensus which has been possible to obtain in the work commission, the analytical look at this area of policy. In addition, there will also be participations in the various parliamentary committees of the Riksdag, and to present the government's proposals. Thank you.
Herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not the tradition that we have, Mr. Speaker. The government, from the declaration of government in 2014 up until now, has chosen to act on their own. And now, as of December 2020, they don't even have majority behind them as regards the security policy line. So that's why I think it should be a job for the responsible government to try to gather Sweden again and get unity for this. So I would really like to call on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to invite to have a discussion and debate about this. And we also like to have an account of the Swedish security policy, just like Finland has in their tradition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Final rejoinder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Kerstin Lundgren and Hans Wallmark request that the government should send out invitations for policy dialogue, I have to ask myself if this is the right way to use the possibilities that already are available to the government. Look at the Moderate Party, for example, and how they've dealt with various invitations to dialogue and talks. They wanted to have talks on migration in 2020. They dropped out. They dropped out of the energy talks in 2019. In other areas, they pulled out in the autumn 2019, Defence Commission, and also similarly when it comes to high-speed trains and train tracks. They wanted this, and then they changed their mind in how they approach the calls when it comes to housing. The entire group of alliance parties pulled out. I believe it's much better to use the means already available to us in the Riksdag. It tends to work well for us. When the NATO option was pushed through in the vote, there were no attempts to have a prior dialogue with the government. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes this round of rejoinders. The floor now goes for the next round of rejoinder to Håkan Svenneling of the Left Party. You have the floor.
Herr talman.
Mr. Speaker, as we can hear from the declaration of foreign policy, the Social Democratic Party are patting themselves on the shoulder for their commitment to the rest of the world, especially during this time of the pandemic. And that's why I think it's quite strange that the Social Democratic government is now actively acting countries who want to produce cheap vaccines. Sweden has voted against in the WTO that to make it possible for India and South Africa to produce cheap vaccines. Only if more people are inoculated, we can stop this pandemic. A lot of countries in the world are without vaccines, and we're all looking at the profits of the pharmaceutical companies instead. That Sweden is now saying no to this of producing more vaccines have made many people react. As, for example, the former foreign minister Margot Wallström. We should be doing more. We should do this 10 times more, and we should do this in addition to every other type of aid that we have. 9 out of 10 poor countries will not receive any vaccines during 2021. Only if we increase the production of cheap vaccines, we can make sure that the entire world can be inoculated and that we can stop this terrible pandemic. And then the rich countries can't just be hindering the poor countries from getting this. Why is the profits of the pharmaceutical industries more important to the government than inoculating poor countries in the world? Why do they vote against this?
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Håkan Svelling, for that question. Well, COVAX is the cooperation system that we have for global vaccines, for the global vaccine situation, which is we already saw on the 22nd of January that perhaps we could roll out vaccines to low and middle income countries in the first quarter of 2021. And I've just heard, in fact, that the first shipment to Ghana is being made today. Whilst we're standing here in this chamber, and COVAX has been criticised for working too slow, and this is mainly due to the fact that the procurement procedure started quite late with COVAX, and it took a long time before they could sign agreements without financial coverage, and so also had to wait for the approval also of the vaccines. And there's a lot of logistics implied here as well. But I would put it to you that Sweden is and takes a very active role in this, and I do share Håkan Svelling's concerns here that it is above all the rich countries that get hold of vaccines, which is why we really need to deal with this issue quite substantially. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Sweden and the EU are one of the great funders of research. And Sweden is now supporting research without any counter demands to make sure that the vaccines also are distributed to everyone. They just left that up to the pharmaceutical industries. That's good enough. We have to really make sure that we can make sure that the vaccine can be produced cheaply around the world. That's the only way to stop this pandemic. We want to add 1 billion kronor from an additional aid for fighting the corona pandemic, and the government's response has been 200 million. That's not good enough. This is not about COVAX and the COVAX situation. This is about increasing the volume of vaccines in the world. Then we can't be stopping India and South Africa who want to produce more and cheaper vaccines. Thank you.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I don't think that we disagree here that we have to ensure that the vaccines also reach poor countries. And the fact of the matter is that we have, in fact, donated 200 million krona extra to this to ensure that development countries do receive vaccines. And we're not stealing or taking money. No, Sweden is one of the few countries that still has 1% in international aid. And this is something we should be proud of. And this isn't something that we should stand here and poo-poo in the Riksdagen chamber. Thank you. So that was the end of that rejoinder. Next, Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats. Please, the floor is yours.
Herr talman!
Mr. Speaker, it's a well-known fact that Ann Linde and the Swedish government has close relations with the regime in Iran. Sometimes this friendship has seemed to be seen as Sweden is just doing what Iran wants. And if we want to have a value-based foreign policy, we think it's sad to see that the Swedish government is closer to the dictatorship in Iran than democracy in Israel. Iran is today one of the major threats against international peace and security. We can see that in Yemen, in Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq. We can see it in the Islamic Republic, never-ending funding of jihadist terrorists. And we also see that in their threats of destroying Israel and the Jewish people. Nuclear arms in the hands of extremist Shia Muslim ayatollahs is an existential issue, not just to Israel, but to the entire world. And that's why these discussions that are now ongoing about JCPOA agreement are so important. Mr. Speaker, for dictatorship, which has really made lies a reality, Iran is using the financial sanctions without stopping the production of nuclear arms. And then, Ann Linde, I would like to know, will the Swedish government support an agreement which, once for all, doesn't stop the Iranian nuclear arms? Thank you. And the Minister for Foreign Affairs, please.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as usual, Lars Agdrutsson is uses flowering language to what he's saying here is not true. We are, of course, very clear about the fact that in Iran we need to safeguard democracy, human rights, and we say that also in direct discourse with Iran. And when you say that we have the nuclear agreement vis-a-vis human rights, I think you're going the wrong path, taking the wrong path, because preventing nuclear arms in Iran, this is very important. This is also very important for the whole region and for Israel. And now when the states left ICPA, then of course then Iran started enriching its uranium in a way which led to it would be quicker to get to nuclear arms as well. And they would have nuclear arms. What would that lead to, Lars Doctor? It would be a terrible future scenario, which is why that is the most important thing on the agenda. At the same time, we can always criticize them that they don't comply with international law, etc., etc. So it's not either or. I would say that the path that Donald Trump chose, and perhaps even Lars Doctor may take, that saying that if we can't have everything, then we don't want anything, is this type of politics, which means that Iran has come closer to having nuclear arms, and that is a very worrying thing.
Mr. Speaker, so this is the US fault then, not Iran's, that they are enriching nuclear arms. Is that what you're saying, Minister? I would like to quote Ehud Barak, Israel's former minister. The question isn't when Iran will have nuclear arms, but when it will be too late to stop them. An international binding agreement with Iran is welcome, but not at any cost, and not at the cost that we pass the point of no return, where we can't stop Iranian weapons of mass destruction anymore. Just postponing the production of Iranian nuclear arms is not enough. Will the government only reach an agreement of postponing this production? Please give me an answer to that.
I can answer that question. We're going to do everything in our power that Iran will not have nuclear arms. I'm not going to be part of anything else. I've got no illusions about Iran in the region. They're mixed up in several of the conflicts in the Middle East. They're responsible for the regional development there, and they need to change their attitude and their approach in order to be able to contribute to different political solutions. For example, in Yemen. And the political instability and tension between Iran and Saudi Arabia means that several countries are being impacted in the whole, impacting the whole region negatively. And what's happened now, when the United States withdrew from the agreement, was exactly what we thought would happen, and that is that Iran didn't comply with the agreement at all. We knew that that would be the case, and that's what we need to put a stop to. Thank you. So that's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next round of rejoinders, we have Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party, please.
Tack så mycket, herr talman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading in the Declaration on Foreign Policy and trying to find something powerful about Turkey, but I can't find anything. It says that Sweden will be clear in our criticizing crimes against human rights in Turkey. But my question is, are we really being clear about that? We here have a country that's very big, and where they now having a re-election in the largest city in Europe, in Istanbul, because Erdogan is not happy with the one who won the election for mayor there. You don't have a freedom of speech there anymore. You can't really see that Turkey is a state with the right of law. Many oppositionals have been detained. They invade and take neighboring countries. They are being very destructive in every corner of the world from Ankara. So why doesn't Sweden address this quite clearly in their declaration on foreign policy? Why don't they put this in their declaration? We demand hard, resolute sanctions against Turkey. Why haven't we put that in the declaration, that Sweden wants to have a broad alliance of free states to seriously exert pressure on Turkey to make them behave like a normal state? There's nothing here in this declaration. Sweden has a large population that have roots in Turkey. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite strange that the government still hasn't acknowledged the genocide that was committed against the Christian population in Turkey about 100 years ago.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Fredrik Malm, about your question about Turkey. Now, unfortunately, we can't go into every single detail about what we would like to say in the statement for foreign policy, because there's a lack of time, which is so good that we can have this debate afterwards where we can, in fact, go into the detail. And, for example, when as applies to Turkey, Fredrik Malm does know that we do see the negative developments or take that very seriously, especially when it comes to respecting democracy, human rights, and etc. And of course, in particular, it's very important when it comes to political opponents to Erdogan, especially from the pro-Kurd HDP, where there's massive arrests, for example. And I've met several people there, several times, and they're still imprisoned. We have journalists, we have religious minorities, we have human rights defenders, all sorts. And recently at the Anna Lindh Memorial Fund meeting, we in fact heard that Eskin, who is a lawyer, human rights lawyer, is being threatened with a long prison sentence. So we do need to, from Sweden and also the rest of the EU, we need to do everything to counteract this negative trend. And we discuss this directly with Turkey in discourse and conversations with Turkey. But also we do this, we talk about sanctions, for example, perhaps from the EU. Thank you. Fredrik Malm?
Så mycket, herr talman.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And for your reply, Minister, I can concur with many of the things that you say, but I cannot agree on that this issue would be just a detail that the foreign minister is saying now. We can't just go into any detail. I think this is much more serious, and it's not just a little detail. The actions of Erdogan and the way Turkey is acting in this destructive way in Syria and the Eastern Mediterranean and eastwards as regards Nagorno-Karabakh, northern Iraq, and so on. And, of course, also the domestic oppression, where they have taken away freedom of expression, closed down newspapers, imprisoned oppositional, continue to oppress the Kurdish people. Of course, all of this makes it important for us to impose sanctions on Turkey. Thank you.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, obviously, Turkey and what's happening there are detail, and perhaps that wasn't a good choice of words. These are very important issues, but what meant was that even major issues don't have much, can't take much space when you have 20 minutes to give a whole picture of what's going on, which is why it's so good that we can now clarify here in this debate that we are taking this very seriously, that we are keeping track of this negative trend, and we need to do everything to support human rights, etc., in Turkey. And this is also a question where we need to look at how Turkey acts around Turkey, in Caucasia, in Syria, in the Mediterranean. And this is, in fact, something that I do discuss with the foreign ministers of the EU. So I completely agree with your concern with regard to the negative trends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. That's the end of that round of rejoinder. And that's the end of that. And we're going to go to Hans Wallmark from the Moderate Party.
Herr talman!
Mr. Speaker, we have listened to the government's declaration of foreign policy read by Ann Linde, and now I'd just like to talk about what we can see as the Parliament's declaration of foreign policy, which is opposed to the government, and it has a majority of the members of the chamber against it. Gui Minhai, David Isaak, two names that were not mentioned but deserve to be explicitly mentioned in the parliament. Two Swedish citizens that have been imprisoned by the People's Republic of China and Eritrea, respectively. A year ago, the Left Party heard that the Moderate Party had suggested to have a commission to review Swedish handling of the important consular case linked to Gui Minhai. Despite a forceful initial resistance from the Social Democrats and the Green Party, this case has now driven to a point where the Parliament, in unison, has asked to call on the government to appoint that commission about Gui Minhai and David Isaak, and to show the results by 31st of March 2022. No became yes, thanks to the Parliament, despite the government. And in the People's Republic of China, the security legislation has destroyed the democracy activists' actions in Hong Kong. People are being imprisoned, silenced. And as a European friend, I can just see that the EU has been too weak and too late to react against this brutality. We saw the Moderate Party that we have a majority in the Swedish Parliament about imposing sanctions against China. But when we did that, the Social Democrats criticized us of being irresponsible. But for the tormented people in Hong Kong and against a regime who's committing crimes against humanity in Xinjiang, this can be a light in all the darkness that there are politicians that actually see what's happening. And now when the foreign minister goes to Brussels, they talk about the negotiated position, which Ann Linde used to criticize and now is part of. Then no, and now yes. Thanks to the Parliament, despite the government. In our important area with the Baltic Sea region, the Nordic countries and the Baltic states, Russia, through its actions, has been in many ways a destroyer. But at the same time, there are lots of things to be happy about, because we see the popular demonstration for freedom and decency that we've seen. The world has been shocked by the underwear poisoning of Putin's primary political challenger, Alexei Navalny, and the fake trials that have followed on that. A Swedish diplomat was called PNG'd by Russia, but then it's fair to be on the side of an oppressed Russian people who want justice. They want to see measures taken against oligarchs and palace builders. They want somebody to attack a grand-scale public stealing and money laundering. They want sanctions aimed directly against a project which will make our Europe within you more dependent on fossil gas, especially Russian gas, which is against both our security and the energy mix that we should strive for. And that's why it's natural to say that sanctions against Nord Stream 2 should be a part of possible measures that could be taken, and that Sweden should be finding like-minded countries. This is a Swedish line thanks to Parliament, despite the government. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 and the pandemic is now currently affecting all the countries in the world, but it's been handled differently. In the US, they report 500,000 fatalities, and Sweden has 13,000 dead. In East Asia, as Bhutan and Taiwan as unique examples, they literally have only singular cases, and this has an influence. In our neighboring countries, we see the hard consequences of closed-off borders in the Nordic countries. We need to focus on vaccinations and to act against an increasing famine, like the UN Food Programme, which won the Nobel Prize of Peace last year. An important tool is the UN Global Development Strategy, Agenda 2030. We have 17 targets and objectives on how to fight poverty and lift countries in the entire world. But we also have to be self-critical on how we can contribute and what Sweden can do to improve. You can have different views on Agenda 2030 and how to implement it. For us in the moderate part, it's natural to see it as a growth agenda, but we need to create conditions for resources. But regardless of your opinion, it's fair that we in the Parliament follow up and drive on. When the government presented this in Agenda 30, they wanted a review to be done in best cases every 6 years, but we wanted a review every 2 years, and that's what happened. Thanks to the Parliament, despite the government. Now we have a broad majority consisting of 5 of 8 parties who's behind the idea of a so-called NATO option, which will mean an increased demonstrated freedom of action. This is a clear signal both in and out, which would reinforce Sweden's security, in contrast to the line that the current government is driving, where Swedish NATO membership is completely out of the picture, regardless of the situation and security situation and the development. And for us, it's about demonstrating that we have more tools in our security policy toolbox. There's also a strong value in that Sweden and Finland follow the same approach and have the same relation to NATO in a situation where we now reinforce our operational defense cooperation between our countries. This is important. Thanks to the Parliament, despite the government. This government, who has changed their security policy line 5 or 6 times, and today again, as it seems, they would be wise to look at what would actually give us stability and a long-term approach. And Linda has to do what Anna Lindh used to do in 2002 and invite all the parties to debate the security policy line. You have to take that responsibility. If you do that, that will be thanks to the Parliament, despite the government. And to conclude, unfortunately, time is on the side of rotten regimes. We can all be inspired by the struggle for freedom in Belarus or Venezuela, or drawn-out processes and difficulties to gather around functioning sanction makes it able for the people who just dig their heels in to also stay on. And we can now add 2 countries like Myanmar, where the regime is, and we can also look at Ukraine, and in Georgia we can also see what they've been doing after the questioned election there. Mr. Speaker, from the Moderate Party, I would also like to look at other 2 areas. Taiwan is an important hub for democracy and tolerance in Asia and has a vital economy, but it's daily threatened by the People's Republic of China. And the Moderate want to upgrade Swedish presence in Taipei with the House of Sweden, as the same way as, for instance, the Netherlands and the UK. And the democracy of Israel, their high-tech economy and prominent research makes Israel an attractive partner. Sweden has to be close to Israel. The bilateral ties must become much stronger today, and we have to intensify our cooperation also in the multilaterally and in the UN. We need a fresh start in our Swedish relationship with Israel. And for the Moderate Party, we're also ready to form what is the Swedish line with support in the country's parliament, regardless of whether we're in the government or not. Thank you. Thank you. And now we have the Centre Party would like to get a rejoinder. But first, of course, we have the Ann Linde, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, would like a rejoinder. There's something about the technology here, but please go ahead.
För undersökande. Utrikesministern, varsågod.
Minister for Foreign Affairs, you have the floor.
Tack.
Thank you. Even if it mightn't have sounded that way listening to Hans Wallmark, the government is very anxious indeed to have good relations with the Swedish Parliament, the Riksdag, and we do, in my opinion. We've good discussions in the various committees, the EU committee, the Committee on Foreign Affairs, etc. However, when it comes to foreign policy at government level, it has a lot to do with having the right timing. Let me give you an example. Nord Stream 2, Sweden on several occasions has expressed their concerns about this project and the potential impact on common energy policy, consequences for Ukraine, etc. The prime ministers in Denmark and Sweden have sent letters to the EU raising the importance of putting a halt to this, that we've not been able to take action independently due to rules in international law. But what I stated very clearly in the Committee on EU Affairs, based on the parliamentary decision that Nord Stream 2 would be used as a sanction, I had to determine that this is such a sensitive matter currently in Germany that it created a situation where, in addition to the Swedish opinion, there was one minor country who raised the issue, because there is no desire to create a major issue with Germany. As several other countries mentioned, that would entail sanctions against more than 150 European countries, and in addition, a major conflict situation versus Germany. That is not wise policy, Hans Wallmark. Rather, that is coming in tearing everything down when you move around, and that is not how foreign policy is exercised. It's all about timing, about having the best impact to achieve your goals. I'm very pleased that we adopted other sanctions according to the Magnitsky legislation in relation to the crimes committed against Mr. Navalny. Thank you.
Talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, firstly, I do believe that the government is not really working very well with the Riksdag, with the Parliament, when it comes to security issues. I mean, one thing is informing a committee or the EU committee, for example, about a position taken, but it's, working together, wording documents is something completely different. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, when we do that, those parties in the Defence Declaration actually arrived at a wording which actually could be supported and then is included in a defence bill supported by the Budget Party, also the Liberals and the Centre Party. Then, of course, when the Foreign Declaration is presented, then they've reworded it. That is not taking responsibility at all, which is why I honestly say, and we have the Centre Party here as well, ask all the parties to participate in negotiations. Our, for example, relationship with the UK after Brexit, what applies there, or NATO, or Finland, etc. When it comes to Nord Stream 2, yes, it's true that this is a discussion that is ongoing in Germany. There are leading politicians in Germany who are also questioning the project Nord Stream 2. And this is a view that the Riksdag majority has arrived at. And therefore, I think it's a good opinion, it's a good stance, and then, of course, within the EU, then you have to negotiate and you have to put pressure, etc. But that's where I sometimes lack the incentive and the strength of opinion from the Social Democrats, from the government. You know, you say one thing at one stage and then, then you say something else later. I mean, in the European Parliament, for example, there you are very much against Nord Stream 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're discussing here is whether we display an EU without unity, where only a very small group of countries would like to address this very sensitive issue and show the lack of unity, or should we be united in the EU with clear Magnitsky-based sanctions? I definitely opt for the second of those two options. There was a reference by Hans Wallmark to Anna Lindh in 2003. I was international secretary in the party. I was working closely with her, and it was possible back then to invite the Moderate Party representatives to party discussions. The Moderate Party back then was one of the parties were prepared to conclude agreements with the government. Unfortunately, that's not the case today. Your party pull out of all the various attempts we've made recently for a broader parliamentary agreement. I wouldn't trust that you would remain at the table. That would be probably not likely. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker and Foreign Minister, that's not true. But we are very clear that if it's going to be for real, it's got to be for real. So if the government invites all the parties to have negotiations on defence policy, I can promise you that we'll be there. But we will, of course, pursue our opinions and views, which may be in contrast to the government. For example, Nord Stream 2 is not a good thing for Europe, for foreign and security policy reasons. And that within NATO options, for example, then we can reinforce our security in the region. Also, that's so important to have better contact and relations with the UK, and also cooperation with Finland, for example. All this has consequences. Now, 8 parties should be able to speak to each other about that if the government were to invite us all to have discussions on it. That's the end of that rejoinder. Next, Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party. The floor is yours, please.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to a great extent, we do have the same type of indicators. It is important that we show this, that we work proactively from the Riksdag, and sanctions has been such an area where we've wanted to produce Magnitsky legislation. We want it in a Nordic and Swedish context as well. Now that we have it at the European level, it's a good thing, and we're happy to see it being put to use. However, Mr. Speaker, it has its limitations. It does not capture, as it were, the corruption and the money laundering which we have witnessed in the case of Russia and in several other countries. What keeps the entire system afloat is violence, politicized courts, and corruption. And so it's important for the EU to find a path to target also that group of players with sanctions. The Magnitsky legislation today deal with human rights violations, however, not systematic corruption and money laundering. This is why, Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that we can agree in the Riksdag. We were not able to do so in the Committee on European Union Affairs last Friday, but I hope we will be able to agree so that we will have Magnitsky legislation adopted, which will also contain possibilities when it comes to combating systematic corruption and money laundering. I very much regret that the Moderate Party did not back this proposal last week. And Friday we would have been able to pass that on to the General Affairs Council of the EU on Monday, but that didn't happen. But we will not give up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to say thank you to Kerstin Lundgren for her struggle, both here in this chamber but in other bodies as well, when it comes to the Magnitsky legislation, we convinced it's a good idea. We also had a discussion in the last foreign policy debate. It wasn't Centre Party, Moderate Party, it was with the Sweden Democrats last year, where we underlined how important it is that we have this type of legislation in place in Europe. And it's much stronger if we do it all together than individual countries. I mean, I have nothing against this when it comes to money laundering and corruption. I think this is something that we really see a lot of in Russia, for example. But Kerstin Lundgren, if you listen carefully, you'll also heard that the foreign minister wasn't very happy about discussing this, that 6 parties were in favour of Nord Stream 2. So I think it would have been even more difficult for her to take on board a further issue. And the foreign minister replied to me just a moment ago just shows that the Social Democratic government is really not very interested in cooperating with Parliament. But get back to me, there are several issues where 5 or 6 parties can agree and to show that there is a different foreign policy line. But the Centre Party are quite good at saying that foreign and security policy are not part of the 73-point programme, and I think that's good. So, therefore, the Centre Party, you must be very unhappy about the situation where the government is, wording something in one way in the defence bill, and then suddenly in the statement on foreign policy, then you get a totally different wording. I mean, really, don't you get? Wouldn't you? I mean, you must be very disappointed with the party that you're cooperating with, the Social Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Starting with the final point that was just made. Mr. Speaker, we do not have cooperation either within foreign or security policy nor defence policy. That is not part of the 73 cooperation points, and I'm sure that Member Wallmark is well aware of that. He has probably also noted, since we've had negotiations in combined committee setting, that from the Liberal Party, for example, there's been a proposal on security policy because we were not in agreement on the defence bill. It contains a wording which is perhaps something that Mr. Wallmark has missed, to suggest that the security policy focus remains unchanged. And we see how it is moving, Mr. Speaker. It's shifting. But House of Sweden in Taipei is one as a proposal we welcome. We're glad to see the Moderate Party are in favour of that idea that we've presented before, and that you're also prepared to support Magnitsky sanctions against corruption. That's a step forward if that were the case. Thank you.
Ja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't think the foreign minister felt that I was a bit cautious, or that I was I think that what I was trying there was really just showing a map of really what we could achieve here in Parliament. And Kerstin Lundgren, all the points in the declaration, the Centre Party, you support those. And when it comes to budget, of course, cooperation, then you are cooperating with the Social Democrats. So let me just underline that, Kerstin Lundgren, you've been very clear that foreign and security policy are not part of that. But sometimes defence and security policy have an impact on the budget, naturally. So I do hope that the Centre Party, I'm going to support Kerstin Lundgren when it comes to Magnitsky law, then I think also the Centre Party can support me in my anger that I'm expressing here about this rewording within this area. I think it's very irresponsible and very serious. That's the end of that rejoinder. Next we have Håkan Svenneling from the Left Party, please.
Herr talman, ledamot.
Mr. Speaker, MP Mr. Wallmark is well aware of the powers held by the Riksdag over foreign policy. And many times during this term of office, our parties have been able to join forces in various issues. That someone wrote in a document that the Left Party would not have any influence was shown very clearly by Hans Wallmark that was not the case. And I continue to tear things down cause a stir in the sense that we haven't seen enough from the minister in foreign policy, in particularly not last week when it comes to proposals for sanctions against Russia. And we addressed the topic of Nord Stream 2. Mr. Wallmark has a point, but I'd like to talk about another policy areas where we are quite far apart, our two parties, based on the policy from the moderate party when it comes to development assistance. They've previously supported the 1% target. You now want to move away from the world on Facebook. Moderate party is writing Sweden first. And you wonder perhaps if you've all become Trumpists. In the autumn of 2019, you tabled a proposal to say that the development assistance should be removed entirely by 2030 because the world would be complete by then. That's just as likely as if I would snap my fingers and the corona pandemic would go away. Mr. Speaker, humanitarian needs are increasing significantly, but capitalism is showing its ugly face where the price of vaccines is being raised by wealthy countries and they're doing what they can to hinder the production of cheap vaccines, and the debt burden is ever heightened. Many neoliberal policies have been jettisoned by others, but the moderate party are now acting as if we were an isolated island. When will the foreign policy of the moderate party start dealing with the fact that the entire world needs to be improved upon? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll answer this sort of opinion that you have with two different stances there. Now, sometimes it has happened, Mrs. Speaker, that in the general debate, Håkan Svenneling and I, that we're having a bromance, actually. Let me just say that that is not the case. But I think it's important what you did in the chamber here, and that is to show that this whole idea of having having discussions with different parties is a good thing. The left party have said it, we've said it. Let's see if everybody says it here in this chamber today, then we've sent a clear message to the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's also the fact that Håkan Svenneling and I, we would like to have these discussions because we have different opinions with regard to NATO. We have different opinions with regard to security policy in general, how it should be framed, etc. But perhaps we have similar views when it comes to the Baltics Sea, etc., and the threats there. But I think it's a good idea, though, to discuss things. Let's test it. Let's try and test it. As I hope, Foreign Minister, that you can hear us here. And then it's true, the moderate party, that we are changing things, and we're changing things as regards to international aid. And we need to test this and look at this budgetary item, just like we'd look at all other budgetary items. I don't think that it's reasonable that we have one level, 1% of GDP, and then decide what you're going to use the money for. No, we want to have a completely different stance. And we want to have a budget for a longer period of time that stretches over several years so that we are able to make priorities. And one area that should be prioritised is actually, Mrs. Speaker, I agree with Håkan Svenneling, it's vaccination programmes. Now, Sweden is saying how good Sweden is by donating 200 million kronor to the to Covax. That's important, yes, but Norway, they are spending 1.50 billion kronor, which is 5 times more. So, actually, within the framework of this, international aid, we should be making priorities, and we need to prioritise other areas very carefully. Thank you. Håkan Svenneling.
Mr. Speaker, well, perhaps it could be like in the illusion-based world of Hans Wallmark, but facts of the matter show that you do measure development assistance in percentage of countries' income, etc. They claim that some of these parties that they are in favour of development assistance, but they want to make cutbacks, and it's going to have a real impact. According to the OECD DAC, and in their verifications, have shown that Sweden is one of the best in class. We could do even more if we stood up to support development assistance. I'm happy to change some of the rules in how this is planned, but we need to have the courage to stand up and say clearly that the 1% target is important. It gives Sweden a strong voice in the world around it, and it makes a real difference to poor people every day across the world. Thank you, Hans Wallmark. Final rejoinder.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Well, the difference is that we want to make priorities. We believe that it's unreasonable that you have a goal for expenditure and then decide what you're going to do with it. We think we also need to ask yourself the question, is it reasonable that our international aid budget as it is 1% of GDP, is therefore twice as large as the amount that we then allocate to the police and legal system. No, we don't think that's reasonable. We need to make that type of priorities. And we need to ask ourselves the question if in Sweden, I mean, for years and years and years, we've given to one country of our taxpayers' money over 60 billion, and that's Tanzania I'm talking about. And have we seen any good effects, a good result, a good outcome? No. So that's why we need to make priorities. But I agree, Mr. Speaker, that there is a difference there in what we have differing views as regards what this money should be used for between the Left Party and the Moderate Party. So that's the end of that rejoinder. And we'll go back to the speaking list, and we have now Markus Wiechel from the Sweden Democrats. The floor is yours.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The struggle between democracy and autocracy is at a turning point. With these words, the newly inaugurated president of the US, Joe Biden, described our times in his first address to the G7 group. In difficult times like these, when the world suffers from the impact of the pandemic, with everything that entails, that the willingness to defend democracy is truly tried. We've seen it in Iraq, where Shia militias have attacked Christians in the Nineveh plains. We see it in several countries where protesters are attacked against the backdrop of claims of wanting to avoid the spread of the virus. However, it's not just democracy which is being tried from that aspect. The claimed democracy drive of the January parties are also tried. In the wake of the pandemic, we've seen the importance of modern technology to enable non-physical meetings, and we've seen its potential to safeguard and protect the free speech. It's the same technology which makes it possible for regular, ordinary people in real time to bear witness to what's happening in oppressor states, and that this has revolutionized the fight for fundamental freedom and other rights in the world. Social media have become an indescribably important arena for both private individuals and other actors and players in society who want to spread their message. And they are very much part of the infrastructure of public discourse today. Virtually anyone with an internet connection can be heard today, as long as they are not silenced by those in power. More recently, we've seen how international tech giants arbitrarily have shut down the social media accounts of private individuals. They've even closed down accounts belonging to publicly elected members of the Swedish Riksdagen and the European Parliament. This is unacceptable. Sweden needs to take the lead to defend free speech, both in modern democracies such as Sweden and underdeveloped dictatorships. This is an issue which has to be addressed within the framework of the international community. We cannot arbitrarily accept this. This is a broader issue than many might think. The freedom of the press, which is so important to us, has also reduced. Sweden stands up in a sad way, dropped a lot last year, came in third in that respect when it comes to the index of freedom of the press by Reporters Without Borders. It is, of course, not just these freedoms that I wanted to address today, even though it is a clear stance for the credibility and criticizing authoritarian states who will not grant these fundamental rights to people. One example of such a state is, of course, China. Extensive violations of basic and fundamental human rights and freedoms in China are well known and have been for a long time. The oppression goes even beyond the borders of the country, where we've seen kidnappings, spying and threats, Sweden included. China is also, in addition, a country with a growing self-confidence. This has been shown, for example, in the national security law used to take over the previously autonomous and democratic Hong Kong. Democracy in Hong Kong is a thing of the past now, and the intensive indoctrination process of the inhabitants of Hong Kong, not least the young population and the young people, have begun. We've also seen increased Chinese aggression against neighbouring countries, not least the democratic and well-functioning, well-developed island nation of Taiwan, which deserve our full support, of course. And they should be included when we tackle a pandemic, for example, working together. They need to know that we're doing everything we can to include them in the international community, amongst other things through the signing of free trade and investment agreements and by way of strengthening diplomatic relations and a clear recognition. In China's Xinjiang province, we see concentration camps with as many as 1 million prisoners. There's slave labor, rapes, torture, indoctrination of different minorities, and in a worst-case scenario, there is information about a systematic scheme of organ theft, where people are being slaughtered to make use of their organs. Uyghurs, Falun Gong, Christian and other minorities are consistently made victims of a policy without empathy. We have to show an eye for an eye. Like the US and the UK, Sweden needs to strive towards strict EU wide trade restrictions against China and clearly declare that the events which resemble genocide in the country are completely unacceptable and constitute a clear violation and crime against humanity. It is now the year 2021. We cannot arbitrarily just watch the country in question organize the Olympic Games or other events as if everything was fine and there were no problems, or sit and nod quietly when the EU signs a new investment agreement with no clear counter demands. Mr. Speaker, this is worth repeating. Concentration camps, slave labour, kidnappings, murders, rapes, organ theft, forced sterilisation. The situation could not become any clearer in the Chinese communist dictatorship. It is not a day too soon for the Social Democrats and the Green Party to show that they are on the right side of history. Mr. Speaker, it's impossible to stand here today without also mentioning the global security policy. Intelligence activities against our country has increased, and our geographical position is of significant importance to Russia, which is also being pointed to by our security services as one of the three most active players operating with spying against our country. Russia is not only a threat to its own people, but also to its neighbours. We see this repeatedly. This is one of the reasons why Sweden should work within the EU to put a stop to Nord Stream 2. This is perhaps also the most important reasons for why we need a NATO option, which would mean a harmonisation of Sweden's security policy and aligning it to that of Finland. In the longer term, it makes it possible for opening up for future defence cooperation in other ways. The NATO option secures a long-term financing of defence and gives us room for manoeuvre in a possible shift in security policy in our neighbouring area. It's clear that the government doesn't share this picture. The most worrying is that they refuse, in the face of a clear Parliament majority in the Riksdagen, refused to proceed in this matter. That was made clear in the statement on foreign policy. They refused to comply with the decision in the Riksdag. Mr. Speaker, this brings me back to the issue of last year, democracy. During the past year, not a lot has improved in that respect, with a few exemptions. A number of peace agreements have been signed between the only democracy of the Middle East, Israel, and a number of previously hostile states. And it's worth mentioning that the government, strangely enough, did not put much energy into praising this fact. Against the backdrop of the so-called democracy drive of the government, I chose last year to give grades to the work in the area of democracy, to foreign policy. I think it suffices to say that they are still not at a pass grade. A lot has happened in the world. I could mention a number of examples. But one matter which we have discussed before earlier today, and which I would like to underline in particular, is the matter of national Magnitsky sanctions. And I'll conclude with those words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Och Marcus Wiechels anförande.
Thank you. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ann Linde, Kerstin Lundgren of the Centre Party, Håkan Svenning of the Party, Lars Adaktusson, Christian Democrats, and Fredrik Malm, Labour Party, have all requested rejoinders. The Minister for Foreign Affairs has the floor first for the round of rejoinders.
Fru talman!
Mr. Speaker, Swedish foreign policy represent our values and our interests, and we stand up for cooperation, multilateralism, and international law. Democracy is our own primary line of defense. We think it's good to have a dialogue with those who are very far from us instead of just attacking them. Just what Markus Wiechel is doing now and others. They are attacking us. They say that our foreign policy is suboptimal, that we should have been harsher in our formulations, and we should have more in our declaration. And that's easier to say that, but sometimes it's very difficult to make a positive change in reality. It takes hard work and to have a balance and a long-term approach in relation to everything else here. I think it's really sad that Markus Wiechel is so against our investments. That has actually proven to get results. The union representatives, the women, the HBTQI people who have participated in the government's democracy drive would not agree with you that this is suboptimal. Is that what the Swedish Democrats want to remove now when they want to remove or reduce aid by 16 million? Thank you.
Ja, det finns väldigt mycket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are a lot of points where you could criticize the government. I'm going to focus on one thing which is a positive factor, and that is the fact that more recently the government has been quite fast moving, and so it's worth mentioning a positive factor where you clearly moved quickly in the case of Navalny, for example. However, the government, on the other hand, was not fast-footed when it comes to some of the other issues. The government tends to hide behind the European Union and the community of the EU. That can be a good thing, but when there are crimes committed against humanity or we see dictatorships which oppress the people, you need to be able to act quickly and independently. And that's one of the reasons why I and the Sweden Democrats are in favor of national Magnitsky sanctions, not just at the EU level. That would enable us to clearly point the finger at the attack by on democratic Armenia, for example. You could take action rapidly in cases where countries are oppressing their people in Tanzania and Belarus or Uganda, for example, to mention but a few examples in addition. But the government chooses way too often to align with the EU approach only. It's good to be able to have unity, but when it comes to important matters such as democracy, you need to be able to act swiftly. We haven't seen it we've seen in Belarus, where the protesters are urging everyone to adopt strict sanctions. It's taken a long time and it hasn't been sufficient. Why could you not just do like the Baltic countries, the Baltic states, for example, who implemented national sanctions? Thank you. Thank you, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't agree with Markus Wiechel saying that we're hiding between the EU. That's not what we're doing. But if Sweden says something, it's important and good. But if it's the EU saying something, then it has much more power. And that's why we have EU-wide sanctions and UN sanctions and not national sanctions. And of course, it's important that at the same time as we acknowledge that we have to say things on our own, we have to say it together with the EU. But this is especially true for the relationship with Russia. We have to make it clear that we don't have a difference of opinions as regards Russia. Sweden tried to stop Nord Stream 2 before, but we only had support for one other country, and that shows that there is a division between the EU instead of unity, and that's why this is not positive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Final rejoinder, Marcus.
tidigare, så naturligtvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's more power in larger numbers. But why exclude one of the options? You have your own involvement as well. If you've declared a democracy drive, you want to be on the offensive, you want to be proactive. You need to be in the forefront when it comes to sanctions against Russia, for example, Belarus, etc. It's a good thing, and only a good thing if we show clearly what we'd like things to be like. If we look at the crimes against violations of human rights, for example, you do that first and then you have a joint stance. I don't see why one would necessarily exclude the other. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes this round of rejoinders. Now the floor goes to Kerstin Lundgren of the Centre Party for her rejoinder.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to put a question to the Sweden Democrats. What do they prefer? I heard that Marcus Wiesche touched upon democracy questions and the democracy debate, and I would like to know if Marcus Wiesche is for the liberal democracy or the illiberal democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, that was a rather different question. I had not expected to get that from Kerstin Lundgren. Well, liberalism, well, once upon a time, I thought it was all about freedom, that it's something positive, and so in that way, of course, we are in favour of liberal democracy. However, what does liberal democracy, what it's all about? Is it about expressing the views that you have, the opinions that you have, or that you believe in a free society? Then yes, then liberal democracy is it. Thank you.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Civil rights defenders, one of the civilian organizations really working to defend people's rights against oppressive states, has had a campaign for rights and that people should be allowed to have the right to defend themselves against oppressive states. And I, Mr. Speaker, have seen that Marcus Wiesche's colleagues, Björn Söder, has very clearly said that Sweden should end their support for civil rights defenders just because they talk about one of the representatives of this illiberal democracy, such as Erdogan and Orban in Hungary, and al-Assad. But if you're for democracy, then you should also be for civil rights defenders who are doing incredibly good job in difficult environments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Civil rights defenders are without doubt a very good organisation. A lot of things that they do are perhaps not quite so good either. But however, if we're looking at the liberalism of the Centre Party, this is something that I find very difficult to understand and to grasp. It's more like Animal Farm, actually, George Orwell, that it starts off we're all equal, and then some people are more equal than others. And that's really what we see, that when you're excluding, for example, the Sweden Democrats in different negotiations or discussions, that's not liberalism, is it? That you are in favour of freedoms, or that everybody's views are equal, that you should listen, that people have the right to make their voice heard, etc. Those principles that you showed there, this is something that does worry me, and if that is liberalism, then that is something that I find very difficult to accept. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next we have Håkan Svenneling from the Left Party, please.
Herr talman.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Swedish Democrats have for a long time tried to polish their reputation just to cooperate with primarily the moderate party, and fortunately it looks like they're succeeding. And that's why it's quite surprising that you're talking about democracy and that you were recently fighting for Orban, Putin, al-Assad, all these three leaders with obvious authoritarian leadership. And the Swedish Democrats hasn't written only one or two, but three written questions from Björn Söder. And on top of that, you have actively been criticizing one of the most important international human rights organizations, Civil Rights Defenders, who have the primary base here in Sweden. And you're irritated that your friend Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, is being criticized. Orban, who's been oppressing minorities, HBTQ people, closed down universities and so on. What the Swedish Democrats want to do is to make the government end their support and aid for the civil rights defender. Who's used this kind of method? Well, Viktor Orban, of course. So then, of course, you think, which other civilian organizations do you want to silence from the Swedish Democratic side? What other leaders can't you criticize if you're an organization? Because then the funding will be removed. So what do you think about this, Markus Wiechert?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I mean, to go into details when it comes to written questions that other people have written, well, yes, okay, I don't know what's in those questions, so I think actually you should put that question to the member who wrote them. Now, when it comes to different organisations being funded, etc., well, absolutely. The Sweden Democrats and the Left Party have very divergent views with regard to the type of organisation that should receive support. Let's take an example. The Left Party, you love PLO, the dictatorship PLO, whilst the Sweden Democrats, we believe that democracy in Israel is more important. We believe in a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side, but we base our policies on democracy and freedom of the expression, and that people should live under freedoms and fundamental freedoms and rights. And you don't do that when you want to allocate funding to the PLO, which is undemocratic, and no one can say anything else other than that. And there have been so many scandals with anti-Semitism, terrorism, etc., etc. So I think I feel perfectly happy with our priorities when it comes to these issues. My question is whether the Left Party can be. Thank you.
Herr talman, jag har aldrig hört talas.
Mr. Speaker, I've never heard about a spokesperson for a party who's never hasn't read the written questions from the party colleagues. That's quite surprising. But the Swedish Democrats are not only criticizing civil rights defenders. In his questions, Björn Söder is also attacking George Soros, who is a well-known Hungarian-US billionaire and philanthropist with Jewish origin, and who is by many on the extreme rights is called a person who's behind a conspiracy of Jewish world domination. And the right extreme site New Times has called Soros for Europe's enemy number one. And this is nothing but an anti-Semitic rhetoric. I think the parties on the right side should now, who are now thinking about working together with the Swedish Democrats, really should think about this one more time. And for the moderate party, under the well-polished finish here, you have Björn Söder.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what Håkan Svenneling has done if he's accusing us for being anti-Semitic or anything that indirectly call member Björn Söder an anti-Semite. I mean, he's the most pro-Israel member in this chamber, and that's made very clear in all the documents that he has written and that we, the Sweden Democrats, have supported. Björn Söder is a true friend of Israel, and you can't say anything other than that. And anti-Semitism is something that we would never accept within the Sweden Democrats. Thank you. That's the end of that round of rejoinder. Next, we have Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats, please.
Herr talman.
Mr. Speaker, in last year's foreign policy debate, I wanted a rejoinder with Markus Wiechert to discuss NATO, and I'm getting back to that question now. The reason is that the Swedish Democrats for a while now has been part of the parliamentary majority who's for a NATO option. But despite this, the Swedish Democrats' opposition against a full membership in NATO is still there. And in this opposition against the membership, the Sweden Democrats are together with the Left Party and the government. I think it's quite unclear whether the Swedish Democrats are saying no to a NATO membership with the same reasons as the collected left parties are doing it. But the no parties have one thing in common, and that's they still have to explain what's going to happen with binding defense policy. The Swedish Democrat want to have a certain level of cooperation with NATO and a defense cooperation with Finland, or a defense union with Finland, even though that doesn't exist yet. With Swedish democratic foreign policy, Sweden would be without any type of constitutionally based defense lines. If we would end up in a crisis or conflict, we wouldn't know if anyone would come and help us. So my question is, Markus Wichler, is this the situation that you want? Thank you, Markus Wichler.
Lars Adaktusson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Lars Adaktusson, for the question. I did, in fact, suspect that he would bring up NATO, and I think that's great, actually, I must say, not least bearing in mind the majority that we have arrived at here, statement here in this chamber about NATO. And the reason why we supported this is that we can here force the government for a long period of time, if they were going to then, of course, comply with that decision from the Riksdagen, to live up to those ambitious goals when it comes to funding of our military, which is the most important part for us, that our defence is well financed, is well funded over a long period of time. And so that also, in combination with our cooperation with Finland, I think would make Sweden difficult to attack, and it would cost too much to attack our region. And naturally, we don't have this associate or this organisation that's set up with Finland today, but this is the ambition, and we can't pursue any defence or foreign security policy without ambitions. But we have to ensure that we have the funding, and then work together with Finland to ensure that we have room for manoeuvre when it comes to changing the line here in Sweden. Thank you.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, a NATO option means an opportunity to become a full member of NATO. You're keeping the door open for that. But Markus Wichler is referring to that this might possibly happen if the security policy situation changes, if there's a crisis. But that is quite an adventurous position to take, because then you gamble with the Swedish democracy and freedom. Ann Linde says that this parliament's majority is being irresponsible as regards the NATO option. That's quite remarkable. But I also think it's remarkable that the Swedish Democrats can't take the complete step here and really cooperate with the defense guarantees. There's a majority of people who are in favor of a full NATO membership. Why can't you listen to that, Marcus?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, membership is a complicated issue because it doesn't just entail that you get guarantees from the alliance if you're attacked. It also means that you have an obligation to support other member states when they're attacked, and that's how it works, which is perhaps not very strange. But the problem today is that we have an alliance with Erdogan. There's the alliance with Erdogan in Turkey. Now, unfortunately, Adaktusson can't answer this, but Sweden Democrats, we feel that this is a problem. Are we going to be members of the same alliance with Turkey so that when they declare war on other countries, then we have to support them? And we've seen this time and again, examples of this, where they say that they do things in self-defense. And we don't wish to be in the same room as them. Thank you. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next, we have Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party, please.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are formative events in history something that is so spectacular and major that it actually changes things or creates concern or shock and has great effects for the future. 9/11 was one such event, for instance, or the hostage drama in Sweden in the 70s, or when we introduced equal rights to vote and so on. One of these formative events happened in the beginning of January when the Capitol in Washington, D.C. was stormed and Donald Trump mobilized his supporters to break in to the Congress building in Washington. This shocked the world. I remember how I was just sitting there and watching CNN, and this was the proof of what Donald Trump's action eventually led to. I've tried to find out what the Swedish Democrats think about this, and I went to look at the newspaper of this party, Samtiden. It's owned by the party, and there they have an article about this attempted coup. And this is quite interesting because the editor-in-chief is defending this attack. He describes these hooligans as freedom fighters, but not just that. He concludes with a reference to Sweden. He says, shall the current people in power meet the same fate? Well, that's entirely up to themselves. So what the Sweden Democrats is doing here is really blackmailing. You said if you don't do the same thing as what we want, then otherwise we'll storm the parliament. Is this reasonable?
Nej, det är inte rimligt.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. No, it's not reasonable, Fredrik Malm. I grew up in the States. I attended American schools. I started my political journey in the United States in 2004. I was active in the Democratic campaign for Senator Kerry. I am still personally a Democrat from the American perspective. Now, there are Sweden Democrats who see themselves as Republicans instead, and the others as Democrats. And, of course, we have different approaches and views. However, I have quite a good idea about what's happened in the United States and the political life there. As I said, I've been politically active there in that country, and I also followed this with great fear and concern. And I understand in the last few years there's been a polarization in the United States which has really increased and is at a level that you couldn't even have anticipated, which is why everyone was so shocked in January. And this is the same for the Sweden Democrats. We were also shocked. And those who represent my party, who believe in the Republicans instead, they also say that this storming of the Capitol was totally unacceptable. They distance themselves from that. And it's very pleasing that we see that one after one of these hooligans who attacked the very core of American democracy have been identified and are now being prosecuted. And I think that it was a shame that it wasn't preventable. Thank you.
Ja, tack så mycket, herr talman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I understand that Marcus Wiechel is shocked about this, but the party newspaper wasn't very shocked about the storming of the Capitol. It seemed like the editor-in-chief was rather inspired. He was writing and saying that this could be relatable to the Boston Tea Party or the American Revolution and the long fight for freedom. That's insane, to be frank. These were hooligans who broke into the building of Congress and vandalized it, and they were mobilized by the president, who's done everything it could for months to undermine the U.S. democracy. This had nothing to do about freedom. But I would like to get back to the last thing that you're writing in your newspaper, that this is up to the Swedish politicians to make sure that our parliament isn't stormed. What do you mean by this? I think this is blackmail. So if we don't do what the Swedish Democrats want, we will storm the Riksdagen? Is that what you mean?
Tack, herr talman. Ja, nu är det så att samtidigt...
Thank you. Something is owned by Sweden Democrats, yes, but it's independent. And I have read what you're referring to here, and the fact of the matter is that the words used by the president are unacceptable, the former president rather, and there's no doubt about it that we can see that there was some kind of that he did encourage those to storm the capital, and they should be indicted and prosecuted, and that's definite. And take a definitely distance myself from what happened in the capital. Thank you. Now that was the end of that round of rejoinders, and all rejoinders for after Markus Wiesel's address. Next, Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party.
Talman, Sverige...
Mr. Speaker, Sweden is celebrating 100 years of democracy. In 1921, Sweden's Riksdag constitutionalized equal and general suffrage for women and men. We have learned from history's oppression and chosen the path of democracy. We are part of the 8.4% of the world's population living in a liberal democracy in the fullest sense of the word, according to the Economist Index for 2020. Again, we are seeing how young democracies are eroding, how old power structures are re-emerging, how totalitarian authoritarian leaders in different guises oppress, persecute, imprison people who displease the powers that be. The corona pandemic has speeded up this development, and in 2020, the Economist saw a decline in 70% of the world's countries. People are fighting for freedom, free elections, democratic rights on the streets of Belarus, Russia, Hong Kong, Myanmar, Venezuela, Turkey, in many countries. Even in Iran and in Saudi Arabia, we see how brave women are fighting for their rights. Women and LGBTQI people are affected globally, often due to leaders referring to so-called traditional values, by which they mean traditional dictatorial structures. Even within the EU, there is an ongoing struggle for freedom for women and LGBTQI people. The space for civilian society, for the independent media and cause is shrinking and is also threatened globally, but also within the European Union. The democratic world is being challenged and must pull together. We welcome the Biden administration's will to again cooperate with democracies to shape solutions to the challenges that our citizens meet. This may be with regard to pandemics, the climate, welfare, or our national sovereignty. Sweden is, together with our Nordic neighbours, a strong role model, and thus naturally also subjected to a lot of pressure, since for everyone who's afraid of freedom and democracy, our countries are a threat. Both Hong Kong and Taiwan are role models as well in Southeast Asia, and thus a threat to China's Communist Party. There's every reason for us all to welcome and to learn from and to cooperate with Taiwan, that in the corona year 2020 went from place 41 to place 11 on the list of full-fledged democracy. The global security policy situation is characterized by instability and unpredictability. The Defense Commission states that an armed attack against Sweden cannot be ruled out, nor can it be ruled out that military force of threats will be used against Sweden. A larger conflict may start with an attack on Sweden. The European security order is continuing to be eroded through Russia's clear actions, clear Georgia and Ukraine, and plain for all to see. Sweden's old security policy line of being outside, being able to stand outside a conflict, is not sustainable, is not stabilizing in Northern Europe, and is not serving us well. There is every reason to build up our resilience, our total defences, and we are reinforcing our defence, aiming at 2% of GDP. Sweden shall pursue a security policy with solidarity. The EU is our most important foreign and security policy arena. Our security presupposes a strong transatlantic link and, according to the Centre Party, membership of NATO as well. hopefully at the same time as Finland. Now, for Sweden and Northern Europe, including the Arctic, NATO membership has become more important since the UK left the EU. Mr. Speaker, the government claims that the security policy line has been set in conflict with the majority of the Swedish Riksdag. A majority of the Riksdag has told the government that Sweden, along with Finland, shall express a NATO option. It is irresponsible of a minority government to pursue a security policy line that lacks support in the parliament. A responsible government must take responsibility to renew Swedish security policy so that it can enjoy broad support in the Riksdag. The government must invite other parties to negotiations, regardless of what they believe about the NATO option. And the government security policy statement could have said something about this, but it didn't say anything about that. And with the Centre Party, we'd like to see the government and Finland in every legislative period put forward a review, and we want the invitation. We wish to receive one from the government. Mr. Speaker, the UN is a cornerstone of Sweden's foreign and security policy. The standards that in particular that have formed legal order for 70 years, these are standards that, in particular, vis-à-vis China. The Chinese Communist Party is seeking global dominance of power by using all the means available to it in all every single way in order to redefine norms and achieve their goals. The Communist Party oppresses the population, kidnaps and imprisons, including the Swedish publisher Gui Minhai, commits crimes against humanity, puts Uyghurs in Xinjiang in labour camps, even compulsory weekly boarding schools for preschool children. We condemn this, but that is not enough. We need coordinated sanctions against those responsible. The actions of the Communist Party makes it shows how it shows its ugly face of violence and oppression, also in Hong Kong, where journalists, parliamentarians, academics and democracy activists are being arrested. We are now seeing more clearly a one China, one Communist Party system. It demands new policies. We need democracies to be proactive. They need to shape a joint strategy to meet the challenges in all areas, a strategy that is broad and deep, that does not divide and conquer. Mr. Speaker, Kremlin under Putin is looking for its former status as a superpower, which is to create its obedience to states and buffer states and dreams of the USSR. We see how many Russians are defying the brutality of the state, its excess violence and the arrest from Vladivostok to St. Petersburg. We see them, we support them and their demands for real democracy, a functioning legal system, the end to corruption and crimes against human rights. The European Court of Human Rights has now for the second time ruled in favour of Navalny against Russia. But Kremlin is showing everyone that it is Kremlin's legal system that prevails. The EU must, just as our friends, extend the Magnitsky sanctions to also cover systematic corruption and money laundering. The EU must stand firm against the system that the Kremlin is building its power on. Violence, the political, legal system and corruption. Sanctions must target in a smart and correct way. Mr. Speaker, the world's countries have joined forces to eradicate poverty, to form a social, economic and environmental sustainable development in Agenda 2030 and the Paris Climate Agreement. Sweden must naturally play an active role, both globally and here at home. It is a question of building resilience. It's about adapting, limiting global warming in an inclusive way. The challenges have only increased in the past corona year. Now we need to ensure that it is sustainable to be better. We need to support democracy, human rights and functioning constitutional states. The 36 OECD countries must develop aid strategically, and Sweden has as an important role to play as a major aid donor and to achieve results with our 1% of GDP aid. My colleague Magnus Ek, in his address later, will comment on that, and Lars Thompson as well. And, Madam Speaker, the Nordic region, Nina Nordic will say more about that. Thank you. The Foreign Minister, Ann Linde, Håkan Svenning from the Left Party and Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats have requested a rejoinder. Thank you.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, there's a lot in Kerstin Lundgren's address. a great deal which shows the extent of consensus that we display. She focuses on democracy, gender equality and freedom. These are truly issues which are not particularly popular amongst a majority of governments globally that we see today, unfortunately. However, we do not agree when it comes to NATO, our two parties, and it is somewhat unusual that Kerstin Lundgren says that there's no cooperation between the government and the Centre Party and the Liberals on these issues, when together we tabled a bill for the total defence focus for the upcoming period, and we negotiated on every single sentence. I wonder what's driving Kerstin Lundgren to believe that the Moderate Party would remain at the table in discussions on security policy when they dropped out of the defence cooperation in 2019, and virtually every time we've had cross-party discussions on energy, on gangs, on the agreement, on high-speed rail, on housing. The Moderate Party has chosen to leave the table. What makes Kerstin Lundgren believe that they would stay for discussions on this topic? I much prefer having discussions in the Committee on the European Union Affairs, on the Advisory Council on Foreign Affairs, and on the Committee of Foreign Affairs. Kerstin Lundgren.
Fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Foreign Minister, for your comments there. But I was surprised, Madam Speaker, because the Foreign Minister is hiding behind the moderates. And I think the Foreign Minister should, in fact, show the courage to appear, as it were, and really try and test it. We would like to have a discussion, a negotiation about security policy wording and its framework. And why won't the government take that responsibility? You don't have majority today for what you support, the line that you support. There's nothing in the declaration either, and the statement of foreign policy. And here, you don't even want to open the door for negotiations to come to an agreement about the line to pursue. Madam Speaker, I don't know, but I feel that it's a weakness, actually, when the government so very clearly avoids the new situation which has risen. Now, the government normally says that this is a reality which gives stability for the whole of Northern Europe. And I read Sergei Lavrov's comment at the press conference that the Foreign Minister had with Mr. Lavrov in Moscow. And there he did praise Sweden, saying that Sweden's policies not participating in a military alliance is an important factor for regional stability. But there's nobody else who supports this stance. This is a unique stance by a Swedish minority government. It's not consistent either. So let's have discussions about this and find a solution. Let us receive an invitation. Foreign Minister, please.
Socialdemokraterna, varsågod. Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, we're not hiding behind the Moderate Party. But as opposed to back in 2002, when Anna Lindh was Minister of Foreign Affairs and I was International Secretary of the Social Democratic Party, back then we had talks because you could trust that the Moderate Party would stay and be a serious partner in talks. But now that's no longer the case, including defence matters for joint discussions. And so I fail to see the point of convening such discussions on these important matters. It's very important, as Kerstin Lundgren points to, the comments from Mr. Lavrov, for example, because we know, of course, that if you make significant shifts in security policy direction, such as a NATO membership or what a rapprochement to NATO would entail in above and beyond the very close cooperation we already have with NATO, we would see countermeasures taken. Very clear countermeasures. We want to have a forceful cooperation with NATO without running the danger of countermeasures. Now, Kerstin Lundgren, final rejoinder.
Thank you. I'd just like to clarify to the Foreign Minister, I was in discussions on the security policy part of the bill, defence bill, and we did agree on the fact that we agreed to disagree, which is why we also put forward, the Liberal Party and the Centre Party put forward a joint bill, and perhaps this is information that you haven't received, Foreign Minister, so I'm making this very clear here today, and that was also behind the NATO option decision here in the Riksdagen. And Madam Speaker, I think it would be more appropriate for the Foreign Minister and the government, in the situation that we are today, to listen more to the Riksdagen, listen to the Riksdagen and not to Sergei Lavrov. Thank you. Thank you. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next speaker is Håkan Svenneling from the Left Party.
Fru talman.
Madam Speaker, the Centre Party has a long anti-trade union history. The campaign A Trade Union Forever to giving out awards at the LO headquarters. Trade union rights tends to have a low priority status. We're happy to talk about agricultural production, but not very much is said about the conditions of the workers, whether they harvest or work in factories to process what's been cultivated. Trade union rights across the globe are under severe pressure. 85% of the countries are opposed to the unionization right. 75% in other factors in Brazil. People are threatened and abused in Colombia. We see far too many murders of trade union activists, etc., etc. Over her many years in the Riksdag, 469 motions have been tabled by Kerstin Lundgren. Not a single one. I haven't read every single page of them, but generally speaking, not a single one deals with trade union rights across the globe. So I wonder why the Centre Party dislikes the workers of the world. Kerstin Lundgren?
Fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Håkan Svenneling, for the fact that he studies our motions so in such detail. But I think, though, that you are aware of the fact that what we normally say in the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and that is that human rights, they are universal, and that's all there is to say about it. And, of course, included in that, you also have trade union rights. And really, that's all within our stance, regardless of we're talking about India, Colombia, or wherever. This is also one of the issues that we're going to be looking at when it comes to the agreement that the EU has concluded with China, the investment agreement. And this is an important part of that, the ILO, for example, because there's not a tendency to follow up what you say, which is one of the issues that we are going to study very carefully. So, Madam Speaker, I would say that we do support the obvious right to organize as a worker, or politically, or in any other way. It's a universal right that applies in all countries. Thank you. Håkan Svenneling.
Madam Speaker, well then I dare to hope for some more commitment on behalf of Kerstin Lundgren for trade union rights. Goal 8 in the UN agenda, for example, deals with this. And as Kerstin Lundgren touches upon, there are some issues that need to be emphasized, linked to trade union rights, linked to China, forced labor, which was touched upon very briefly when Kerstin Lundgren discussed the situation of Uyghurs in China. You constitute a part of the backing for the current government in the Centre Party, and your aim is to try and demolish the Swedish labour laws. We do not wish to see any mandate to do the same for the workers, the rest of the world. They're working so hard, as it were. Finally, John to Kerstin Lundgren.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just inform Member Svenneling that the Centre Party is one of the popular movements which has really fought for people's possibility to organise and to have trade union rights. There's nothing that says that we want to break that at all or labour law. But what we do want to do is to develop it, evolve it. Was a threat against labour law and also those who fight out there is, of course, if we have labour law which shuts people in or out from the rights that they have or that should be and that should be regarded as universal. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next, we have Lars Adaktusson from the Christian Democrats, please.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At last year's debate on foreign policy, Kerstin Lundgren and I discussed the US peace initiative in the Middle East. Kerstin Lundgren talked of the US so-called peace plan and said, and I quote, "This is not something that promotes peace and development, neither on the ground nor in the region," end quote. Since then, there's been a normalization between Israel and important parts of the Arab region through peace agreements with the United Arab Emirates, with Bahrain, with Sudan, with Morocco. Completely new possibilities have opened up for diplomatic relations, for increased security, for trade and growth, but also for a deepened and more general recognition of Israel's right to exist. Madam Speaker, there's every reason, therefore, to welcome and rejoice in what's happening right now. What we're witnessing is a historic development, which at the end of the day is about peace and security for Israel, as well as for the region. So against this backdrop, I'd like to ask what Kerstin Lundgren's view is, based on what she said about the US peace initiative and that it wouldn't promote peace and development neither on the ground nor in the region. Thank you. Kerstin Lundgren.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I remember Lars Adaktusson's and my debate and this foreign policy debate the last time, and the peace initiative that we were talking about then was the one that was going to solve the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, but we haven't seen any development there yet. I welcome, of course, the fact that Israel has made an agreement. It's not peace agreements per se, but they have at least agreed with some of the Gulf states and Morocco. Of course, it's important that it's good that they're building on their security, and I really also hope that this creates conditions for them to make them get ahead in this conflict that they still have to solve, this conflict between Israel and Palestine, because unfortunately we still have this problem, and this two-state solution, Lars Adaktusson also wants to say, we haven't seen anything happen regarding that yet. And nothing as regards with agreements that has happened with lots of different Arab states. But I welcome every type of solution. I really hope that this can contribute to creating a safer and secure environment, which makes it possible for them to take decisions. But unfortunately, I haven't seen any clear initiatives in that direction, even after the agreements have been made. But I really look forward to more. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Lars Adaktusson, go ahead.
Den amerikanska fredsplanen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The US peace plan didn't deal exclusively with the peace plan for Israel and Palestine. I think Kerstin Lundgren is aware of that. It was for the region as a whole. It goes without saying that dialogue and negotiations from with the Palestinian side is something which is both desirable and important, but it hasn't been possible with the Palestinian leadership, who've been proud of the fact that they refused to even answer the phone when the White House are trying to get in touch. In spite of this, the US did in fact move their positions forward in the Middle East in a way where decades of mediation from the EU has failed. Conventional wisdom to suggest that peace in the Middle East has to start with the solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict is no longer correct. And I hope that Kerstin Lundgren welcomes this, truly. Thank you. Final rejoinder for Kerstin Lundgren.
Ingen skulle...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No one would be happier than me if we could actually see an end to the conflicts in the Middle East. But unfortunately, this is still a region that is really marred by so many different conflicts, so many displaced people in their own countries, outside the countries. We see daily sufferings and we see crimes against humanity going on there. And of course we want to see an end to this. And then we all have to guarantee that we can reach solutions that only look at one party but to many. And to have a discourse with the Israeli regime or the Trump administration and the Palestinian regime, you haven't seen that. And that's a sign that you haven't really reached the success that we all had hoped for. Thank you. That was the end of that rejoinder. We return to the list of speakers. And the next speaker is Håkan Svenneling from the Left Party.
Fru talman, för ett år sedan...
Madam Speaker, a year ago, nobody discussed the corona pandemic in this debate. Now, a year later, the effect of the pandemic has brutally hit the entire world, and it's been clear that the poorest are the hardest affected. In India, people in the enormous informal sector were prevented from working. In Nigeria, people who broke the curfew were shot. In Poland, abortions have been banned and people have been banned from protesting against this decision. There are two red lines against the government for my party during this period: the market-based rents and labour law. And across the world, the right to somewhere to live and the right to a safe job are two freedoms which are often restricted when you allow the capital to call the shots. In a documentary movie called Push, we follow the previous envoy on housing policy of the UN on a journey to different cities of the world. They stop in Stockholm as well. The world's largest risk capital company, Blackstone, have bought up large numbers of estates. It's clear you renovate the surfaces, you implement significant increases of rent, and you use lending borrowed money for other risk projects using the housing as collateral, because people will always need somewhere to live. Not having enough space to live is something which is one of the major reasons for this rapid spread of virus in Sweden and the rest of the world. In the global Agenda 13 of the UN, the right to somewhere to live at a reasonable cost is one of the goals. This will never be accomplished with market-based rents. The workers of the world work hard. They toil in their labour every day, but working conditions and the right to make your voice heard are often limited. Sometimes in Swedish company in Mexico, 99 employees in Electrolux who complained about safety in the factory were laid off with COVID-19 given as the result. But because activists in Sweden and in Swedish media highlighted this, the company reversed course and admitted that they're wrongdoing. If you lack security, you also lack protection against the coronavirus. Statistics from the US and the UK show clearly that black people and Latinos are harder affected than white people. The coronavirus has clearly had an impact both in terms of the colour of your skin and your class. Cramped housing conditions and working conditions have been decisive in creating those distances. That's why it's so shocking when the wealthy countries and major pharmaceuticals, through the use of patents, counteract countries in India and South Africa who could produce cheaper vaccines that would reach more. And the people that Sweden will join into this ugly game is unfathomable. First, they pump money into the companies for research, then they want to get paid for the doses, and they also want to get paid for their patents. The pharmaceutical industry are currently carrying out an extensive PR coup where the poor people of the world are paying the price. The despot leader of Turkey, Erdogan, is trying to improve his image after a number of deteriorating relations with Europe. But the EU leaders shouldn't be fooled by the new message from Ankara. There are a number of arrests, there's complete power and control, there's a reduced democratic space, and Many people's voices are being prevented from being heard. In the US, the world finally got rid of Donald Trump. Those who claimed 4 years ago that the US institutions were strong enough to stand up to a crazy president were proven wrong. Trump damaged the US and the world more than what many of the so-called experts predicted. The new President Biden has now reversed course in terms of the Yemen policy of the US, stopped the weapons export of the Saudi-led coalition, something which the Swedish government hasn't been able to achieve even in spite of lip service and some of the sharpest arms exports rules. But not everything is fun and frolics just because Joe Biden is the new president. He has a long-standing political career. He showed many examples of imperialistic and war rhetorical messages, creating a lot of suffering at home and abroad. If Joe Biden would like to restore multilateralism again, that must mean that the US cannot always get everything that they want. Problems and challenges need to be resolved together, sometimes also with China and Russia on board. Because a total climate crisis is becoming more and more obvious. The young generation has awakened and they demand change, but way too many in the older adult generation seem to be asleep, longing back to a distant past. Real change is needed now, and we need action now. The pandemic is giving us an opportunity. In this situation, we cannot let the capital set the rules of the game. Politics need to be responsible, take the lead. Otherwise, the disaster is a fait accompli. Protecting harvests in Mozambique, forests in Nicaragua, Aboriginal populations in Oceania. A lot of this is determined at the climate summit in Glasgow in the autumn. But the wealthy countries of the world also shoulder a great part of the responsibility to stop tax evasion and reduce the increased burden of debt of low-income countries. Sweden is not shouldering its responsibility when the government has opposed country-by-country reporting and by not legislating on the corporate responsibility for human rights. As the chair country of the OSCE during 2021, Sweden is faced with a tough assignment when you have to do a vital and virtual wrestling game with Russia on the preconditions for the European security order. Europe has become safer, has not become safer since during the 2 decades since Putin came to power, but not everything can be blamed on Russia. In Russia, people want to get rid of the kleptocracy. They want to have fair and just elections, but the regime never holds back in terms of trying to silencing their opponents with poisonings, mass arrests, etc. It's becoming everyday words in the news. Don't let this ugly game of the regimes break our solidarity with the struggle of the Belarus people and the Russian people for freedom, justice and democracy. The corona pandemic likely started in China, and the culture of silence of the dictatorship enhanced the spread and made it harder for the world to understand the dangers of the coronavirus. 2020 was a year where the Xi Jinping's regime continued its imperialistic policy. Uyghurs and other minorities were continually oppressed in concentration camps and forced labor to abolish their religion, their culture. The national security law was implemented in Hong Kong. It was the end of democracy and freedom of expression. And for one country, two systems as a principle. The brave young generation was crushed, and they're now forced against their will into a dictatorship. We need to speak of and highlight and put the limelight on the Swedes who are imprisoned across the world illegally, such as Gui Minhai in China, David Isaak in Eritrea, and Rizalda Jadali in Iran. At the initiative of the Left Party and the Moderate Party, we have ensured that there will be a commission on silent diplomacy, especially in the cases of Isaak and Minhai. In just over a year, the interesting results and findings will be published. But there's a lack of interest, and that worries me. Madam Speaker, Sweden could do more across the world. If we stop focusing our entire foreign policy on what the EU does, we could make more of a difference. Such an area is the UN and the peacekeeping forces. Both civilian and military missions. Not since the days of Tage Erlander has Sweden had so few people in UN missions, according to statistics from the Swedish UN Association, and this is not something that the government likes to talk about. The left-wing party is proposing that Sweden reprioritizes on enhancing UN contributions by 50% in our missions. We will never be stronger than what the states of the world will allow the UN to be, and that will make Sweden and the UN stronger. Thank you. Hans Wallmark of the Moderate Party, Marcus Wiechel, Sweden Democrats, Kerstin Lundgren, Centre Party, Lars Adaktusson, Christian Democrats, and Fredrik Malm of the Liberal Party have asked for rejoinders. as well as the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Social Democratic Party. Starting with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, you have the floor.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Håkan Svenneling. There are many things that we agree upon in this debate, but what I would like to ask you, Mr. Svenneling, is why you are so unwilling to recognize how important the security and defense policy in the EU is for Sweden. Because you're not willing to go in and work as hard as we think that we should do. The EU is Sweden's most important arena for security and defense policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now, Håkan Svenneling, please.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our Minister for taking part actively and asking for joiners to all the other addresses. It's very appreciated. The question is interesting. We've a long time criticized the militarization of the EU already back in the referendum on joining the EU. Militarization was something we emphasized. And you can compare this to Denmark, for example, where the left party SF in Denmark ensured that the Danes have been granted an exemption derogation when it comes to cooperation in the military area, and in legal matters they were worried about too much supranationality, as well as the matter of whether they should join the EMU and use euro as a currency. Sweden have no such exemptions. Carl Bildt in his days had no interest in that. I regret that, and I think it would have made for more clarity when the EU chooses to enhance cooperation in areas that Swedes were not allowed to vote upon in the referendum. I have every respect for Sweden's membership of the EU. I believe we will remain a member, even though I will always remain opposed to the EU in my heart of hearts, and also the party, I believe. But the militarization of the EU concerns me for several reasons. We see the pushbacks, for example, from Frontex when it comes to migration. We see that there is no real order in the House when it comes to civilian and military missions. If you ask, or if you look at the EU military and civilian missions, they're on the same website. It's not clearly indicated which are of military nature, which are of civilian nature. We see examples from Niger, for example, where the civilian mission of the EU becomes in a de facto militarized one with ammunition and materials and equipment, etc., in a way which does not benefit the overall aim of those missions. And that's why I'm negative to the increasing militarization. Minister for Foreign Affairs?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I think it's quite surprising that Håkan Svenneling says that the left party is opposed to the EU membership. I thought that the party had changed regarding that question and they were actually for this EU membership, but apparently I was wrong. So I would still like to ask you, Håkan Svenneling, what do you think is negative for Sweden's security and foreign policy if we have a stronger defense and security policy and foreign policy with the EU, because our red line goes at a common defense. That's not what we want, but I think it's good if Sweden has a reinforced cooperation with the EU as regards the security policy.
Madam Speaker, I'll be clear. The left party still would like to leave the EU. We'd like to do this through a referendum. We haven't changed our stance. It could be our envoy to Hanoi who has expressed a different opinion. Who knows? I'm concerned that when Sweden focuses so much, as the government and the Minister of Foreign Affairs are doing, so much on the EU, you lose touch with the rest of the world, in particular the UN. The UN will never be stronger than what we, the states, members of the EU, do together. The Social Democrats deserve praise for the good job on the Security Council. The right-wing parties tended to throw around a lot of criticism that led to an evaluation which came up to the conclusion that the government did a good job. And I think we deserve to be proud of that. Now we have the chairmanship of the OSCE, I'm very proud of that too, but I'm worried that if we focus too much on the EU, we will lose in strength in OSCE, in the UN and in other international fora. Thank you. That concludes this round of rejoinders. The next round of rejoinder is with Hans Wallmark of the Moderate Party. You have the floor.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to condemn Håkan Svenneling's talk about the envoy to Hanoi, but maybe I'm more sympathetic to his EU-friendly side than Håkan Svenneling has. I thought it was interesting in your presentation that Håkan Svenneling said that the Parliament, together with the Moderate Party, the Left Party, has agreed on a different foreign policy than the government. So thanks to that, thanks to Parliament, we've achieved things, and despite the government, really. I have known Håkan for a long time, but I would like to tell him that he should be happy that he wasn't politically active 30, 40 years ago, because then he would have been accused of being a revisionist, because that's a bad word in the terminology. And now to my question. If your communist past, or like the young Left Party says, that the Left Party has, we want a class-free society, free of oppression, and this is something, the program was established when your party leader was part of the Young and the Youth Party. But China is not a good place. It's the communism isn't good. They shoot people, they silence people, and the problem with communism, I'm not thinking about Hanoi now, I'm thinking about Venezuela, but it's also that you reiterate narratives like the NATO and EU is surrounding Russia, that you did on a peace day recently, together with the Russian ambassador and the former party leader of the Left Party, Gudrun Schyman. Where are you at this? Thank you.
Ja, låt oss börja med det här.
Madam Speaker, let's talk about the Nordmaling or Delsbo meeting unknown. It was the Nord and Stig Left Party who had invited and were co-organizers of a meeting with the Russian ambassador. And this meeting never came to happen. It never happened in the end because we found out about this meeting and recommended the local party organization not to take part. So what we're talking about is a meeting which never happened, even if Tolle had performed at the meeting, supposedly. I think that was a wise decision by them to cancel the meeting, because I find it hard to see why the kleptocratic representatives of Putin's regime should be given that attention. But I think it's important to reduce tensions in the neighborhood, why the START agreement and other disarmament treaties are important, why it's important to sign treaties, but perhaps you shouldn't do it with the Russian ambassador to Sweden. When it comes to the young left movement, they work for freedom from oppression. And let's pause there. That's what the youth organization would like to achieve. It's something beautiful that really is terrifying to the right-wing parties, a classless society free from oppression. But the youth organization decide for themselves. Young people organize things. They organize politically. One day, some of them will be elected to the Swedish Riksdag. They work for a communist society. I would have chosen a different wording, perhaps. You can never take out the C for communism in our history. We will never perform any revisionism of history, but let's be clear that the Left Party and the youth organization stand up for the equal value of every single individual, and I want to repeat that we are opposed to all types of exploitation which take away the value of any human being. Thank you. Hans Wallmark of the Moderate Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, well, the problem is that communism is just a tiny word. It's actually the name of a violent ideology. And that's why it is serious, and that's why it casts shadows even over a very friendly and nice Håkan Svenneling, Madam Speaker, because then we can see the party's relationship with the dictatorship in Venezuela, their unwillingness to recognize Guaido as the representative. They are still holding on to Maduro, who is persecuting his people. I have replied to articles, but they were very proud of having this meeting. I thought it was a problem that with the invitation in this letter, they had like the logotype for the left party where they're inviting.
Madam Speaker.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the Left Party has a history that I was not going to go into any detail in right now. But something that we know that the Left Party has been doing in modern times is to give aid to pro-Russian activists. They have been in touch with people in the rogue state of Cuba and Venezuela. And we also see celebrations from the Left Party to the leadership in these countries, and that they like the type of regime that they have there. Members of the Swedish Parliament have been meeting with Group 194. Håkan Svenneling has, together with the party friends from the Left Party and also a couple of Social Democrats, have met with a DFP activist, a person who's been described as part of this group's leadership. DFP has carried out many terrorist attacks, and they still have a militant branch in Gaza. And this organization has close contacts to the Left Party. And this person is someone that Håkan Svenneling has met himself. So, Madam Speaker, what does Håkan Svenneling really think about this? How does this reflect the point of view of the democracy that he thinks he represents?
Madam Speaker, when you're talking about aid to Russian separatists, I don't know what you're talking about there, pro-Palestinian separatists. I don't know. When it comes to Cuba, we've been very clear and critical of violations against human rights. At the time, we've also been clear on the fact that you have to recognize the progress that Cuba has been able to make despite the blockade from the United States for 60 years. But we've been very clear also that we shouldn't recognize Guaido as the leader of Venezuela. And it has 2 years have passed and there's still a political crisis in Venezuela. We don't support Maduro because he's committed serious crimes against human rights, and we need to find a path forward for democracy in Venezuela. Now, as regards Palestinian activists that Marcus Fischer wants to mention, well, the situation in Israel-Palestine is one of the most long-term, drawn-out conflicts. Both sides have violated human rights. Methods are used which are not tolerable, and FLP have committed terrorist crimes. Yes, that's clear. We know that. However, you also need to see where we stand today, 2021. And DFLP is one of the left parties that have stood for in elections and are working to support a democratic Palestine. And they're saying that Israel is the occupying power, and it's Israel that want to use this election in May as a way of separating Jerusalem from other parts of Palestine, which is why we need to keep our eyes on Israel so that the Palestinians can have their and hold their free elections. And there I hope that DLFP can, or that they are able to participate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Did I hear this correctly? Did you really compare this organization, the FP, with Israel, that both sides have committed certain bad things, while DFP have committed terrorist attacks, not just once or twice, but lots of times? They have kidnapped people only based on them being Jewish. It's a very anti-Semitic organization who hasn't shown any signs that they want to represent democracy, that Håkan Svenneling says he does. And he compares this to Israel. I don't understand this. And then we had the pro-Russian separatists. It was in Aftonbladet, the newspaper, that the left party had funneled hundreds of thousands of krona to this organization in Ukraine. I don't have more time for that. Thank you. And now the final rejoinder for Håkan Svenneling.
Madam Speaker, I think we have to teach what we have to teach Marcus Wiechel is that Israel is the occupying power of Palestine. You're occupying another country's territory, and as an occupying power, you have the responsibility to see whether you can hold general elections, the healthcare that you have access to, etc. And this is what the conflict is about, that Israel is occupying Palestine. And if you forget that, then you also forget so many of the other things that happen in that conflict. I am never going to sort of reduce terror crimes to something else, as it were. I mean, terrorist crimes have been committed, and they have to be responsible for that. But this is a party that today is trying to be part of a democratic election, to be a force for the people in Palestine. It's a left movement, and that's why I have no problem meeting them and their representatives. I think and hope that this will contribute to democracy in Palestine. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next, we have Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party, please.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm still a bit curious about what the security policy line of the left party is. I heard that the left party doesn't share the line of the foreign minister when it comes to the importance of cooperating with the EU. But I was wondering, is the left party behind a solidaric foreign policy, and what does that mean to the left party in that case? And then, Madam Speaker, I would also like to know, as I can hear the demands for sanctions also from the left party, is the left party ready to support our demand for imposing not only the Magnitsky sanctions for human rights, but also sanctions for systematic corruption and money laundering? The left party did not support that request on Friday, so I would just like to know if maybe the left party has changed their mind since then. Thank you. Håkan Svenneling, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, one of my ambitions as a spokesman of foreign affairs is that our the left party's alternatives should be clear. We are clear opponents of NATO. We think that increases tension in our neck of the woods, as it were, and being a part of NATO, that is going to make things worse. I mean, NATO has a lot of military bases around Russia, and the clear aim is, they target Russia. Having said that, then we're not saying that the alternative is not to increase our and reinforce our military and defence. We see that military threats have increased, and we therefore want to see greater cooperation with our Nordic countries, especially Finland, and we are very much committed to that should be the case. We don't support the government either in their security policy or foreign policy as such. We have our own line, which is on the left of the social democratic government. I mean, we can agree on some of the basic values and the NATO option and so on, but we're much clearer that we want to try to see more disarmament and nuclear-free zones, etc. And we are much clearer with regard to our alternatives, our views, and how we can contribute to disarmament, reducing tension between Russia and, the European continent. Now, as regards Kerstin Lunge's other question and sanctions, I think we're going to have to analyse that. I do believe basically that we need to combat corruption. The Left Party have put forward several proposals, and the Centre Party has in fact didn't support us in that, and having reporting country by country. But I haven't looked at this proposal in detail, but naturally we do need to combat corruption.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard that the Left Party is not behind the government's foreign policy line. It seems like it's getting thinner and thinner, the support for this line. So that is also in favor then for that they really should invite to discussions about the security policy. And what do you think about that, Left Party? And then we also talked about the security policy. I couldn't, at least not hear. What does the Left Party think about this? And I also like to comment, it's not NATO, Madam Speaker. It's about the Nordic countries. Then we have Norway, who's a NATO member. We have the Baltic states, who want to have more security, building barriers and thresholds to build security together with others. Shouldn't we also be doing that, Madam Speaker? Thank you. And then final rejoinder, Håkan Svenneling from the Left Party.
Madam Speaker, lots of questions for 1 minute, but we think that the government should invite other parties for discussions more often. I think it's also I think that the Left Party and Centre Party are closer to the government in this chamber and on many issues, so we would be able to get a majority in the Riksdag if they cooperate with us. And they haven't gone down that route yet, but I would suggest that they should. But what you're talking about here, NATO option, well, I think that should be then taken in the next Defence Commission. That's how things are dealt with here in this Rex. So that will be in 2022, and they can analyse what the NATO option would entail. Because you're sort of saying that there's a NATO option in Finland, but actually when we've looked into it, it's not quite the case, actually. This is more the conservative media who write it up about it in that way. But naturally, we need to help each other, and if there's a conflict in this area, in this region. Thank you. This is the end of this round of rejoinders. Now we have the next round of rejoinders, and Lars Adaktusson, you're next from the Christian Democrats, please.
Tack för det, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, the Remembrance Day of the Holocaust was done also in the Israel broadcasting channel, and that they said that the Jews were hated for their racism and their dirty behavior. And then they also talked about that the Holocaust was a price that the Jews had to pay for their vicious behavior, their conspiracies, and their meanness. Anti-Semitism is quite common in media and public debates in Palestine areas. Since there's no freedom of the press, it's the regime that controls the messages that have been spread to the people. Anti-Semitism is real. It's high up in the Palestinian leadership. This is serious, and this also has consequences. According to the international organization Anti-Defamation League, Palestine areas have the most anti-Semitic population in the world. 87% of the Palestinians concur with the statement that people hate Jews because of their behavior. Madam Speaker, in the committee proposal, the Left Party says that the occupation is the reason for the conflict between Israel and Palestine. I would like to ask Håkan Svenneling, shouldn't it say that it is the hate against Jews and the threats to destroy the Jewish state that's really the cause of this conflict? Thank you, Håkan Svenneling.
Madam Speaker, this is awful things that Lars Adaktusson is referring to here. This is the hate that we see between Israelis and Palestinians is terrible and awful in so many different ways. When you visit this region, you're really struck by the fact that they live in such a difficult situation in so many different ways. I have visited Israeli homes where you have bomb shelters in the homes to if there's a bomb attack, and then you also have been to Palestinian homes where they see Israeli soldiers next door. And I think we all need to do everything we can to find a peaceful solution to this conflict. One way is that we can make Palestine democratic with elections, and they're going to hold elections in this difficult pandemic. And it would do a lot, I think, if we saw Palestinians being able to choose their politicians and their government in free elections. I mean, if you haven't got a parliament like the Swedish Riksdagen that doesn't control those in power, regardless of whether it's TV channels or politicians, so that's why it would be so important for the Palestinian parliament to meet again. Now, the reasons behind the conflict, I think, is what's first, the chicken or the egg, what you're talking about there, Lars Adaktusson. And we can see that Israel is the occupying power. It's still conflict on the ground. Peace treaties have not been signed, and that means that's where we have to really continue from where we are today. We have to do everything we can to find a peaceful solution to the world's longest, long drawn out conflict. Thank you.
Ja, fru talman, jag tycker att det hedrar Håkan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend Håkan Svenneling for distancing himself from these terrible statements that are clearly quite horrific. It's important to be aware of what's causing this conflict, and if you do it in the manner of the Left Party, you disregard important facts, however. The Arabic assault-based wars in 1948 and 1967, where Israel's neighbors attacked, they were carried out before there was any occupation. So the occupation is not the starting point. Rather, it's the hate of the Jews. And with the stated aim of getting rid of this state of Israel. I hope that the Left Party would be prepared to modify and change and amend their state. Håkan Svenneling, final rejoinder.
Madam Speaker, our point of departure is international law and the respect of human rights, and there have been crimes against both of these committed both by the Israeli military and also Palestinian groups. That is crystal clear. And it also becomes very clear if you look at Gaza, for example, during a pandemic like this one. In Gaza, there are 2 million people. They're shut in a very small area with a huge wall around them, which is being watched by the Israeli military. there's a huge human suffering in Gaza at the moment during the pandemic. It's difficult to find clean water. They can't make ends meet, and everything is all boils down to what the Israelis allow into the region. And there are awful terrorist groups in Gaza. That's absolutely true. But you are punishing a whole people, everyone living in Gaza, and we have to condemn this human suffering that we see today. Thank you. That's the end of this round of rejoinders. And next we have Fredrik Malm from the Liberal Party, please.
Tack så mycket, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The other week we heard that the Youth Association of the Left Party ruled that they dream of a communist society. I've spent some time reflecting on this. How is it possible that in the year 2021 you determine at a Youth Society Congress of a parliamentary party that they'd like to have a communist society? Do they lack information about the violations and atrocities that have occurred, or is it a shortcoming of the educational system? Do they lack empathy for the victims? It really is quite extraordinarily strange that 30 years after the K, or the C for communist, was removed from the name of the Left Party, the Youth Association of that same party would like to reintroduce it. This has implications for foreign policy as well, Madam Speaker, because Sweden has 21 members of the European Parliament. Out of those, 20 members managed to vote in favour of sanctioning the dictatorship in Venezuela, however, not the representative of the Left Party in the European Parliament. Why not? A number of representatives from the Left Party are deeply involved in and elected representatives in the Cuban the Cuban dictatorship's Swedish lobby organization. This becomes a problem at some point with the democratic credibility. Håkan Svenneling is very clear in his criticism of the violations in China and Turkey, but it becomes highly selective when, with the other hand, at the same time, you are very carefully fondling the Cuban and Venezuelan regimes, etc. What is really your stance here? Håkan Svenneling?
Madam Speaker, well, whether there are any problems in the schools, well, I think that's the Liberal Party's fault if the young people are misinformed. But Left Party is a democratic organisation. They decide themselves what they have in their party manifesto, and I'm not going to decide or intervene. They have decided to use a wording which I think is unfortunate, bearing in mind the political debates that we have today. Instead of focusing on this word, this K, we need to talk about the other K word, as it were, capitalism. And when it comes to Venezuela, well, it's true that we do vote differently, just as you said, in the European Parliament. And that is due to the fact that despite this condemnation that is included in the resolutions from the European Parliament, it always included Juan Guaidó as the rightful leader. And that's wrong, because it's not the European Parliament to decide who's going to lead or be in power in Venezuela. That's why we've been very clear on this, actually. And I would urge everybody to read Malin Björk's reasons why she has voted as she has. It's very, very clear. We're very clear on what we mean. We think that Maduro is crap. He violates human rights, but we don't want to replace him with Juan Guaidó. And when it comes to Cuba, we've been very clear in our criticism with regard to violations of human rights in Cuba. At the same time, we've also said that we need to criticize those who can't recognize that they've made progress, actually. And that's why we need to ensure that the European Union has a dialogue and agreement with Cuba. Next, Fredrik Malm, please.
Du sa ett ord som börjar på S och slutar på kit, 4 bokstäver.
I think there was a 4-letter word starting with S in Swedish and continue with KIT in Swedish. I mustn't repeat it, says Madam Speaker. Having this sort of discussion with left party representatives is like discussing with the Sweden party representatives. There are lots of wordings about, no, we're not xenophobic. We represent all of these good things. But in reality, when you look at what's further down into in the party, what published in publications and on Twitter, etc., you see another picture emerging, and it's the same thing with the left party. Håkan Svenneling can stand here and talk about they're so critical of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. In the left party, we're very critical of the oppression in Cuba. But in reality, lots of members promote and support these people, these leaders. They're even inspired by it, and the Youth Association would like to introduce a communist society. I just can't get 2 and 2 to add up. It's not credible. Final rejoinder, Håkan Svenneling.
Madam Speaker, let me inform Fredrik Malm that our foreign policy is decided by me here in Sweden's Riksdag. It's not decided in Lomma or Nordanstig or wherever it is. I determine our foreign policy and security policy, and this is what I'm saying. That we think human rights crimes are terrible. We don't support any kind of dictatorship. We believe in democracy, which is why we need to support democratic processes. But what we're seeing is that we have a political crisis which has been ongoing in Venezuela for over 2 years, and where the world has deepened the political crisis by resolution after resolution or compensation upon compensation. And that's why it's so surprising that Malm and others don't read the UN experts' statement that we need to put a stop to the sanctions in Venezuela because they contribute to human suffering, which is why I take a slightly different stance than Fredrik Malm when it comes to Venezuela as an example. Once again, let us clean up our language, please. So that's the end of that rejoinder. Next, we have Lars Adaktusson.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start by mentioning 3 Swedes who weren't mentioned in the statement from the government, Gui Minhai and David Isaac. They're all imprisoned in dictatorships, and until the day they return home, the demand on their immediate release will be repeated here from this rostrum. When short-termism and real politics, then we see value-based foreign policy based on human rights. And the Christian Democrats, we are friends of Europe, and we see that they can help when it comes to climate change, the pandemic. These things can only be resolved together. And we know, and we are in favor of an EU speaking with one voice in foreign policy that reinforces the transatlantic cooperation. And in that light, it is central for us that Sweden, as quickly as possible, applies for membership of NATO, and that in the Riksdag there is a majority in favor of a NATO option is welcome. And this leads only to one conclusion, and that is that the government must realize this. The government must act, and for that we don't need any further meetings for that. Now, Madam Speaker, since the last foreign policy debate last year, we've seen dark forces continuing to oppress and persecute people in their struggle for freedom round about the world. Millions of very brave people in peaceful demonstrations have been met with brutal violence and repressive action. And let me put it very clear. The Christian Democrats, we are always on the side of democracy, wherever it may be, in all around the world, Venezuela, etc., where the populations and the civilian society, they have our full support. Since last year's debate, we have a new president installed in the United States, and then we have China being the foreign policy issue, really, and the decisions that are being made there are very worrying. We can see that the power of the Communist Party is increasing, and this is to the detriment of democratic reform. And we've seen also they persecute Christians, for example, Muslims. In the Xinjiang province, we see that 1 million Uyghurs are being brainwashed and tortured. In Hong Kong, the Peking regime and the national security law is leading to prosecuting against peaceful demonstrators. And in Taiwan, there are threats made by China saying that independence means war. And in parallel with this, there is also increased concern with regard to Russia. Russia is a serious security threat for Europe in the Baltic region, in the Black Sea region as well. The annexation of Crimea, for example, really shows what Russia is after, and we see how they wish to destabilize, and they give support to other regimes like Iran and Syria. Even when it comes to domestic policy, you also see that gives rise for concern. The poisonings, for example, of Navalny, the violent attacks against peaceful demonstrators, reduction of freedom of expression, and increased poverty and increased corruption in the corridors of power. That is Vladimir Putin's Russia 2021. One of the most serious and important threats against international peace and security is Iran. And when I had my rejoinder with the foreign minister, I did mention how destructive a role Iran plays in the Middle East. And at the same time, we see how billions are being paid to Islamist terrorist organizations like Hezbollah and Hamas. Madam Speaker, China, Russia, Iran, three dictatorships whose ambitions of power reach far beyond the borders of their own country. And in this, what's happening in our country, for example, we see it's China and Russia and Iran that are the greatest threat here. Every country needs to deal with this kind of threat domestically. Very few are able to do this on their own. In order to have an impact on authoritarian superpowers, we need international cooperation. We need joint action. This is absolutely necessary. In every democracy, freedom to have a religion is very important. And of 2.3 billion Christians in the world, 500 million of them are not able to see their religion openly. Even if this is not mentioned in the statement for foreign policy by the government, the group of Christians, this group is the most persecuted in the world, and the situation has become worse in the last in the last year during the pandemic. In the Middle East in 2014, we saw how the persecution of religious minorities became a huge. We saw this in many parts of the world, and the government haven't recognized this situation. The government chooses also not to recognize SAFO, the Armenian genocide in 1914, despite the promise from Stefan Löfven to do so. Now, Madam Speaker, this is to not to support the weakest and the poorest. It's to do with human values and humanitarian values, the values that should be our shining light for Swedish foreign policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ann Linde, the Foreign Minister from the Social Democrats, has requested rejoinder, and Kerstin Lundgren from the Centre Party and Håkan Svelling from the Left Party. So let's start with Ann Linde, please.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we're all familiar with Lars Adaktusson's opposition to abortion and how he voted no to abortion 22 times in the European Parliament as an MEP. And so I ask, therefore, what does Lars Adaktusson think about the further restrictions on abortion rights in some EU countries, such as Poland, who have now voted to adopt abortion rights, making it virtually, literally impossible to obtain an abortion? And what's Lars Adaktusson's stance when it comes to ensuring that there is no additional discrimination of LGBTQI persons when it comes to same-gender adoptions, for example? Thank you, Lars Adaktusson.
Talman,
Madam Speaker, I didn't think I'd hear the Foreign Minister say that he hasn't put his microphone on. Lars Adaktusson has not got his microphone on. I'm sorry, but your microphone is not on. Can you hear me now? Okay, now. Good. Madam Speaker, I never thought I would hear the Foreign Minister, Swedish Foreign Minister, sink so low. I have not once voted against abortion in my time in the European Parliament. I have voted against the abortion issue being dealt with at the European Union level. That's what it's been about, nothing else. And that the Foreign Minister spreads that as which is a lie, is incredible. We've seen this written about in many newspapers, and it's been used by political opponents many a time. But Ann Linde, that is not true. Please respect my view, and my view is the same as my party's view on this issue. And I am happy that there are 8 parties in this chamber who support legal, safe abortions. The Christian Democrats do so even when it comes to access to abortion outside this country. What we believe is correct in our country is correct and right in other countries as well. When it comes to the terrible discrimination of LGBT people around the world, I have oftentimes, during my time during the European Parliament, voted in favour of action taken against those countries that oppress people and persecute people in this way. So the Christian Democrats, Ann Linde, we represent human values, regardless of sexual orientation, gender, political views, ethnic origin. Thank you, Foreign Minister.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't get the actual response to my question of Lars Adaktusson's stance, as it were, on the introduction of very strict abortion rules in some of the EU countries that I asked him about. And I also wonder how he thinks that we should work on sexual and reproductive health and the rights of LGBT individuals generally. Thank you. Final rejoinder for Lars Adaktusson.
Fru talman,
Madam Speaker, I don't know what's so difficult to understand here, actually, Foreign Minister. Don't you know how the Christian Democrats have reacted in Poland and Hungary and the situation there in those countries. We've been leaders actually within our party group when it comes to excluding Fidesz, for example. And similarly, we've done the same when it comes to what's happening. We've said the same when it comes to Poland. What is it you're after here, Foreign Minister? Are you trying to create this sort of feeling of suspicion, which is more really of a symptom of what the Social Democrats are doing? You're just doing what Trump did when you're polarizing in a damaging way. Stop it. Stick to the facts and respect people's views. Thank you. Thank you. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Next, Kerstin Lundgren, Centre Party, please.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I would like to give Lars Adaktusson the opportunity to really be very clear in saying that human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights, because it is that important to have representatives of the Christian democracy be as clear as that on this point. The women's right to their body and their right to sexual and reproductive rights and to their rights in general. This has been under attack during the recent Trump administration when they introduced so-called gag rules again, something which President Biden has stopped, has cancelled. But there have been signals sent out to all the organizations of civil society and all those who work precisely to ensure that women's rights are safeguarded in full. They have not been allowed to do their work. I didn't hear the Christian Democrats speak up on those matters, and I know that Lars Adaktusson is a person who is prepared to stand up for things. So I hope that here in the chamber today we will get a clear indication from Lars Adaktusson, a clear signal to show that the Christian Democrats stand up for the sexual health and reproductive rights of women fully. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Lars Adaktusson of the Christian Democrats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Kerstin Lundgren, of course we stand up for women's rights and women's health. We have 8 parties in the parliament who do that. Why do you pose this question to me specifically? Of course we stand up for these rights. We've always done that, as far as I can remember, at least. This is a way to put labels on me and the Christian Democratic Party, and I really oppose this. I really want to underscore this, that you're being labeled with opinions that I don't have. That's not acceptable in a democratic debate. Listen to what I'm saying and listen to what the party is saying and stop labeling me and my party with opinions that we don't have. We don't have any type of proposals to limit women's rights or freedoms or their right to the body. There are no such proposals. Not with the Christian Democratic Party or the Parliamentary Commission here in this building, and no other parties have put forward any such proposals either. So why should I answer to this? And you, Kerstin Lundgren, is your party, are they standing up for the right, for women's rights, for free abortions? And, well, I can pose that question to you if you pose that question to me. So I think we can do better than this in the Swedish political debate. Thank you. Kerstin Lundgren, Centre Party.
Jag var tydlig.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was clear with the sexual health and reproductive rights in my address. And I believe that it is important that we in the Swedish Riksdag are very clear on this matter. I didn't force anyone. I offered a possibility to Lars Adaktusson to be very clear about those rights for women and that they are supported by the Christian Democrats as well. It's obviously up to each and every one of us to reflect on the matters at hand. But one thing that does happen is that many representatives of friends of Lars Adaktusson's party, this may be in Poland or in other places, I know that Trump and the Republicans were in favor of that approach as well, was that this was something that was not okay to them. And I have yet to hear Lars Adaktusson and the Christian Democrats to take the fight to support these rights. And I hope we can do it together because I believe what Mr. Adaktusson is saying. Thank you. Final rejoinder, Lars Adaktusson, go ahead.
Fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, with all due respect, if Kerstin Lundgren hasn't heard Christian Democrats take the fight, then she hasn't been listening properly. That happens all the time. In our defense of human rights, of women's rights, of everything that is fundamental in each democratic society, respect for people, regardless of sexual orientation, ethnicity, religion, or so on. It's a continuous fight, and we're always on the barricades for this. And that, of course, includes the issues regarding women's rights. I am surprised, Kerstin Lundgren, that I am being questioned about this, because you are questioning me when you, as a representative of the Centre Party, poses these questions. Thank you. That was the final round of rejoinders, and we go back to the speakers list. And the next speaker is Fredrik Malm of the Liberal Party. Please go ahead.
Tack så mycket, fru talman. Världen befinner sig...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The world is now in a critical situation. There is every reason to be concerned about how the democratic institutions are being undermined and under attack, and in some places actually being disassembled around the world. Hundreds and millions of people are now facing starvation and famine. Millions of people have been displaced due to conflict and war and climate changes. But still, the future doesn't look completely dark. We can affect our future. We can leave our old ways behind. We can see that people and countries can change. We've seen that before. And what we choose to replace this pandemic with, or what we choose to do with our societies when we get out of this horrible pandemic that we're now being plagued by, what we then choose to do, that of course will also have far-reaching consequences for our societies. And Madam Speaker, this is regarding climate, but also security policy and democracy. Sweden is a small country, but we still have a comparably large influence in the world. We have limited resources, but we're also using quite a lot of our budget and earmarking it for aid still. And we have democratic tools to affect other countries and institutions and organizations, and we have to use them as wisely and efficiently as possible. We have, in contacts with undemocratic states, we always have to bring up the question of human rights and democracy, and we always have to be prepared and to dare to criticize democratic countries if they are breaching or committing crimes against human rights. Madam Speaker, this month we've seen a break in the trend for Europe. It's the first time that the EU zone is trading more with China than with the US. After 4 years of quite turbulent relations with the US, we have to look forward. China cannot be allowed to buy an even stronger influence over Europe and Sweden. We've seen how China is using investments as means to exert pressure around the world. They are investing in infrastructure in developing countries. They are offering investments without any counter demands for human rights. And this has led to the countries who have used to recognize Taiwan no longer do that. So we can't afford being naive as regards China. The way China has been treating the protesters in Hong Kong, we have allowed to go on for 2 years, and we've allowed China to buy influence in Sweden. 2021 must be a turning point for our relationship with China and our approach to China. We also have to be clear about the enormous types of assaults that the Chinese state is performing against the Uyghur people in northwestern China. But, Madam Speaker, this isn't true just for China, but also for Russia. Russia poses the largest security threat to Sweden and has done for many years. Russian missiles from Kaliningrad can reach Sweden. Our Baltic states, our neighbors in the Baltic Sea region, are often being violated and provoked by Russia. Protesters in Russia, we've seen that after the Navalny was arrested. We've also seen the protesters in Belarus, the regime which is close to the Putin regime. These assaults and attacks on the protesters is demonstrating the brutality of these regimes, but also shows that many parts of the population in Russia and Belarus are now sick of this authoritarian rule. Maybe it's too soon to say that these regimes are now starting to tremble, but might be soon. Sweden has to be on the side of the democratic movement here, and we have to be on the side of democracy in the Baltic states and, of course, also in Ukraine. Madam Speaker, the environment and the climate is in danger for us and our planet. We have to really act now. Due to a lack of emissions, the growth has receded in the world, and now we see the pandemic. After the pandemic, we see an opportunity to act more eco-friendly through European investment in green technology and infrastructure. We combine growth with sustainable future, and we also have to be able to convince other countries to do the same. Our foreign policy must be used actively to safeguard international agreements of reduced emissions and to strengthen technology and the transformation to an eco-friendly environment. And Sweden must also be for a EU-wide CO2 taxation. And our objective should be, even if that's further ahead in the future, but the objective should be to create a global price for CO2 emissions. We need a global price for carbon dioxide. That would be a very good way to actually reduce the emission of CO2. And these effects of the pandemic also create, or the climate changes also create geopolitical tension. People have to move and in order to survive. And of course, the climate issue is also part of democracy. If we have a more fossil-free energy, that also reduces our dependency on oil and gas, which are often imported from undemocratic states, which are quite rough. And when we break this oil dependency, the oil-producing countries are forced to go over to a more climate-friendly and eco-friendly production. It's important that we can see the future in an optimistic way, despite all of the tragedies that we've seen. And I'd just like to conclude the dissidents in the prison in Havana doesn't have any freedom, but we do. Our forests, our seas, our animals, they can't vote, but we can. And the refugees on the Horn of Africa who are now stuck in refugee camps in Kenya don't have any financial means, but we do. So we have a responsibility in a well-functioning democratic society like Sweden. We have to stand up for the climate and people in the world. Thank you. Thank you. And now Foreign Minister Ann Linde would like to make a rejoinder. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note that on many issues, Fredrik Malm and the Liberals share a consensus view with the Social Democrats, not least when it comes to the defense of democracy and human rights, and the importance of standing up to clearly criticize countries like China and Russia and Iran, etc., when there are violations against human rights. But I have a question for Fredrik Malm. In several areas, the Liberals would like to go further when it comes to decision-making in the EU, with the qualified or majority decisions. So moving away from some of the national decision-making rights, more so than some other parties. We've discussed this in the Committee on EU Affairs a number of times, for example. In which areas where today there is no supranationality would the Liberals be prepared to and willing to introduce supranationality in decision-making in the EU? Fredrik Malm.
Varsågod.
Ja, tack så mycket, fru talman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that's right. We on the Liberal Party side, we want to have a deeper European cooperation, perhaps more than the other 7 parties in the Parliament want. We have a number of arguments for doing this that I find are quite important. The first one is that we see so many great challenges that the EU now has to be able to face and manage. We have gone through a major financial crisis 10 years ago. We saw the migration crisis 5 years ago, and we have now the ongoing climate crisis. And of course, there can be new crises ahead. So the only way to work long term and to be able to manage these crises for the EU is by reinforcing the EU cooperation. I don't think you can do this in any other way. And you also has to have more decisions that being made by qualified majority. I know that this is not quite easy. I know that this can also mean that we'll have opposition. Some countries perhaps will feel that they won't have any say in the matter and so on. But I think it's important. If we look at the development in Poland, in Hungary, we have a number of countries in the EU who doesn't want to take responsibility for the asylum seekers or the refugees. I think there's a need for the EU being able to go ahead and make decisions and act, and not just let one Viktor Orban stopping everyone else. I think it's our responsibility to the citizens of Europe to actually be able to make important strategic decisions, that not everything is blocked in these processes. Thank you.
Varsågod. Tack, fru talman. Jag ska låta Fredrik Malm få...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like Fredrik Malm to continue along those lines. We draw a red line when it comes to security and and defense policies, it's at the point of a a common defense. That's not something we're in favor of. Some countries are talking about it when they discuss the so-called strategic compass, etc. So it's very much an active discussion in Europe. What's your view in the Liberal Party? Where is your red line? Would you be prepared to take it as far as, for example, where they've said from the French, for example, to have a more common European defence, for example? Would you be open for that?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, if we look at the European continent and the EU, and the regions around us, the Middle East, Western Balkans, it's not that long ago we had huge conflicts there, Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, etc. We had the problems with Russia, and we have pretty fragile states in northern Africa, Libya, which is a complete chaos. And I think that as a European, one has to ask oneself the question, do we really believe that the EU defense, which doesn't exist yet, would it be able to handle this whole, all these problems that we face without a very strong transatlantic link to the United States? I don't believe so. As a liberal, I would say that we need NATO cooperation and our relationship with the United States, and we put that first before reacting with some kind of European defence system. But then, of course, we can understand, I mean, it's not a secret here that there might be different views in Paris about this, for example, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Sweden should take that stance. Thank you. That's the end of that rejoinder, and the next address is to be made by Camilla Hansén from the Green Party, please.
Tack, fru talman. Det är inte många andra debatter i den här kammaren än just den här som tydligare visar att vi är en del av världen. Att vara en del av världen är också...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There aren't many debates in this chamber that show more clearly that we are part of the world. Being a part of the world is also to share the challenges in solidarity. I'm going to say a few words about the corona pandemic, a few words about the climate crisis, and achieving the global objectives in the Paris Agreement, the impact of a feministic foreign policy and democracy. A global pandemic has cost lives. It's been a threat to the health of people and damaged large economies. No one has coped well, but not everyone has fared quite as badly. In all crises, the same pattern. Those who are most vulnerable are affected the hardest, as opposed to many other events in the world around us. The corona pandemic has got in and touched all of us. When the crisis is around the corner, it's difficult to see your own world, but it's ever more important. We need to make sure that risk groups in all countries are vaccinated rapidly in order for us to get out of the pandemic. This is why the support to the COVAX program by the government is incredibly important. We have to have an equal recovery. It's the key to a green and inclusive climate transition, where all countries, regardless of GDP, can take part. And Sweden will continue to contribute by allocating 1% of GDI for development assistance. Madam Speaker, at the same time, there's another crisis ongoing, the climate change one. Every year that passes, when we fail to reduce emissions, it becomes ever more difficult to achieve the goals set in the Paris Agreement. That the US now has taken the step to re-enter the Paris Agreement is good, but a lot more is needed to step up the pace of the climate transition. The longer we wait with measures, the greater the consequences. On our Earth, where the preconditions for life are deteriorating, where the regions where it's possible to live are diminishing, crises, wars and starvation will spread. The UN was created to bring more security in an unsecure world. So cooperation and conflict management and international law became tools used at the service of peace. Now we need to use the UN as a uniting force to achieve the goals of Agenda 2030 in spite of the setbacks we've seen during the pandemic. Madam Speaker, who decides makes a difference both in Sweden and in the world. And what we do, those of us who've been entrusted with the task of making decisions, what we do with it also makes a difference. The feminist foreign policy which we've had in Sweden with the Green Party in the government has been praised and scorned. What it means in reality is that it contributes to peace and security in some of the most exposed and marginalized areas of the world. In Afghanistan, for example, there are peace talks ongoing, and here in Sweden it makes a difference. Sweden makes a difference because there are women at the negotiating table. A feminist foreign policy builds societies where women are given an entrance into power and influence. Peace will be lasting, and women let into the labour market means that they can own and farm the land and combat poverty. Prioritization in Swedish assistance aid has meant that more girls get to go to school. There are midwives working at hospitals. Women are given the preconditions to work locally for peace and democratic development. Madam Speaker, every man in the world who uses his power to take away women's rights to her own body, oppress minorities, ignore the climate and counteract democracy, makes the voice of Sweden clear when we say we see what you do, we're not going to accept that the respect for human rights is dismantled. The development we're witnessing today in Hungary and Poland is one of the greatest challenges that the European cooperation has ever been faced with. The EU needs to be a guarantor of the liberties the Union was founded to safeguard, and if we cannot cope with this situation, it's going to be incredibly serious. The populist and xenophobic parties have taken power in various places, and they're reversing the democratic development. In those cases, there's no other option than to review, audit and demand accountability. Now the European Commission for the first time has presented a report on the status of democracy in the Union. This is something that is long awaited, and the Greens of Europe have worked to promote this for a long time. The report is treated in all parliaments in the EU, and it will highlight both shortcomings and gains and progress in the democratic work of EU countries. Free speech is threatened in more countries than ever, Madam Speaker. Journalists, human rights activists and green activists are threatened, apprehended and murdered. Restrictions of democratic and human rights have increased during this pandemic year, and governments in several countries are using the pandemic as an opportunity to oppress and silence those who think differently. Sweden cannot silently just watch this happening. We cannot accept cases like Gui Minhai and David Isaak Minhali. We cannot silently accept threats and murder in countries like Sri Lanka, South Sudan, Brazil and Egypt. We cannot in silence accept the military junta's power takeover in Myanmar and the Chinese oppression in Hong Kong. Sweden should be a voice for democracy, for freedom of speech and for the respect of every person's freedom and rights. Madam Speaker, I've said a few words about what's important to us in the Green Party in foreign policy. What we need to do is always stand up for the global goals and the Paris Agreement, the Swedish development assistance, the impact of feminist foreign policy and democracy. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Minister of Foreign Affairs Ann Linde from Social Democrats, Hans Wallmark of the Moderate Party, Marcus Wiechel of the Sweden Democrats and Håkan Fenneling of the Left Party have asked for rejoinders. Starting with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, you have the floor.
Talman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, not that long ago, with some EU ministers, I had a very interesting conversation with John Kerry, the Special Envoy for Environmental Issues, and with a seat on the Security Council, i.e. where they discuss climate and security challenges at the top level. And I'm wondering how the Green Party, what's your view, is that link that perhaps is not a terribly traditional environmental climate issue, but the link between security policy and climate and environmental issues.
Miljöpartiet, varsågod.
Tack, fru talman. Tack för
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your question. And stopping the climate change is security policy. We see that the climate change is the basis of wars and conflicts around the world, to make that connection is quite natural to the Green Party. Thank you. And then Foreign Minister Ann Linde, please.
Talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Then I also have to ask you the question. Isabella Lövin, she was amazing when it came to sea issues, and in climate negotiations at the United Nations, and now she is no longer your spokesperson. So how is the Green Party going to discuss these matters about the sea, the oceans and that environment, the coastal environment, and how we can perhaps make some kind of progress there at the global level, please?
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Foreign Minister. And this is my first day here as this foreign policy spokesperson, so I don't know all of the details, but I know that Isabella Lövin's has made a great impression around the world when it comes to the Green Party, and the seas will always be a very important question for the Green Party. Thank you, and that was the end of that rejoinder. And now we have Hans Wallmark from the Moderate Party. Please, you have the floor.
Tack, fru talman. Jag förstår.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that we have to welcome Camilla Hansen as the new Foreign Affairs spokesperson for the Green Party. Welcome. Now, a couple of things. I still have to ask, it's your first day on the job, but I still have to ask this question. I mean, the Green Party is one of the two government parties, so you have to respect that. Now, Camilla Hansen, now, can you confirm that it's not great to be a Green Party and here in this Riksdag have to argue against other parties saying that let's stop the gas pipes, and that we're making the EU dependent on Russian gas. And then also the Commission against, with regard to Gui Minhai, has been imprisoned because he's a publisher, and that you've said no to that Commission. That can't be very easy, can it? And I'm also wondering, it was very good what Camilla Hansen said in her address about vaccinations. I think that's a central issue. We have to eradicate hunger and vaccination. These go sort of hand in hand when it comes to the COVID-19. And isn't it rather difficult that the Sweden donates 200 million kronor to COVAX when Norway gives 5 times more? I'm in favour of lower international aid, development aid, but bigger ambitions. Now, the Green Party, like the Left Party, has borrowed or lent out its logo to a meeting in Diospo. Now, isn't that rather worrying that the Green Party's symbol as a government party is then used to spread the Russian narrative in the Swedish debate?
Tack, fru talman. Tack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your welcome, Hans Wallmark. I realize that I will have to work really hard to get to your level in this debate. Is it difficult to belong to the Green Party? Yes, sometimes it is, because we're the smallest party of the government. And it's also challenging to be the smallest party in the parliament that cooperate together with the largest party in the parliament. But when we're in government, we make joint decisions. But the Green Party has opinions that we are driving in other contexts. And of course, we're concerned to be dependent on the Russian gas or Russian uranium for our nuclear plants. But otherwise, I'll just refer back to the foreign minister's replies to these questions. As regards the peace meeting in Diospo, I'm not quite fully aware of all my party's branches and what they do around the country. But the Green Party did not participate in this meeting. When we found out what this meeting was about and that the Russian ambassador was invited, we declined to attend this meeting. As far as I know, at least, I don't know about this meeting in Delsbo. And finally, Kovacs. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Kovacs. Of course, yes. We want to have a great, big aid. I think it's difficult to compare numbers and what we should be doing instead. I know that we are really driving and working for making sure that the poorest people in the world are vaccinated and that we all handle this pandemic in order to finally get out of it. Thank you. Hans Wallmark, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think Camilla will do very well in the Foreign Affairs Committee too. And I understand it's complicated to be a small party cooperating with the Social Democrats in power. They're not always very friendly or kind. And Camilla and perhaps it's difficult to say no to Russia dependence on Russia and perhaps also supporting Gui Minhai in the appropriate manner. But when it comes to Delsbo, I think perhaps we should really look in depth here. Left Party, well, I suppose that was more understandable, but that the Green Party was forced to lend out its party's symbol for that. So I only have one final question. You have 60 seconds to answer it, Camilla. Wouldn't it, with this breadth of knowledge that you the things that you believe, wouldn't it be a good idea to have? Can't you be in favour of having negotiations with all the parties on security policy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I also think I'll do well, and I think it'll be fun, and I think it's quite simple for me and the Green Party to stand up for the same democratic values that you do. If we find out that we have members participating in a meeting with a Russian ambassador, then that's our message. I'm sure that even you are invited sometimes, Hans Wallmark, invited to venues and meetings that you don't know quite that much about, but then of course you can decline the invitation. I will talk to the Social Democrats and the Green Party in what we should do together. I haven't had time to do that since I was elected yesterday. Thank you. And that was the final round of the rejoinders, and now we have Marcus Wiechel from the Sweden Democrats. Please go ahead.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to take the opportunity to welcome Camilla to this chamber. Now, feminist foreign policy. Now, the government has done one thing very well, and that is marketing, PR. This is a concept which is well known in Sweden and in the world. However, though, it's pretty free of content, I must say. And the reason for that is that completely forgotten the perhaps most terrible problems that women are subjected to around the world, forced marriages, etc. Basically, that women can't live as they wish to live, and that they are persecuted and oppressed in different cultures, in families, in communities. To my mind, this is one of the most important tasks that we, Sweden, have to put pressure at the international level to ensure that we see a change here. But here we have the first so-called feminist government, and despite that, we see problems like Saudi Arabia and the Women's Commission in the United Nations, and trade, etc., with certain countries, and situations haven't improved. And in Iraq, for example, where women have thrown off their they have not been supported by the government, and continue also to donate funds to Islamistic for organisations like Pillow. How on earth is this a policy that you, the Green Party, stands for?
Miljöpartiet, varsågod.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tack, herr ålderspresident. Tack för välkommen.
Yes, thank you for your welcoming words. I think it's interesting to hear what high expectations you have on a feminist foreign policy, and you are mentioning terrible things that are taking place around the world. And I really wish that the fact that Sweden has feminist foreign policy in order to emphasize women's rights also actually could make a difference globally in a short period of time. I would wish that, but I also realize that it's almost impossible to achieve. As regards the aid, well, the Swedish aid is one of the most effective and efficient aid programs in the world, and we are continuously evaluating it, and if we see anything wrong, then we have to correct that. And that's all I had to say right now. Thank you. Marcus Wixell, Swedish Democrats.
Thank you. Now, the member mentioned something which I think I was just going to mention, in fact, and that's development aid. What is wrong with placing strict requirements when you allocate funds for development aid? I mean, often we talk about transparency, we talk about having to ensure that the development aid has a positive outcome and effect, and that you really need to ensure that you target correctly so that you do get that outcome. And the fact is that Sweden is one of the most generous donors in this way, that pays most to the United Nations, for example, fourth most to the organizations within UN, not per capita, but in total, which is really quite amazing. But then, of course, you have to have requirements there in place and demands that it does, in fact, pay for the right things. And I think this is an important question from the party, especially with regard to supporting persecuted women. I think it's very important. So why can't you put harsher requirements, some stricter requirements? Final rejoinder, Camilla Hansén.
Ålderspresident, jag är väldigt...
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very proud that I live in one of the world's most generous countries as regards aid. Swedish aid is not something you just funnel money across the world. It's strictly controlled, and we always evaluate it, and it's been described as one of the most effective types of aid programs in the world. So I think we're doing quite well, and I don't have any other idea than that the Green Party must continue to carry this flag for the Swedish aid. I think it's being part of a solidaric world where we support democracy and development around the world. It's good that democracy is growing, and that's also good for Sweden. Thank you. Right, then the next rejoiner is for the Håkan Svenneling for the Left Party. Please go ahead.
Herr ålderspresident, även...
Now, I'd also like to welcome Camilla Hansén, welcome you to the Committee of Foreign Affairs. And once we have physical meetings again, we sit next to each other, just so that you know. I just have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you, the Green Party. The Green Party is a government party, and you make collective agreements in unity regardless. And in June 2019, the government, the Social Democrats and the Green Party said that would not sign the United Nations agreement. And it was the first time that we didn't sign a new convention that came into effect in January this year. And despite the government's position here, where the Green Party that you voted against conclusion, then you said that you are in favour of the convention, which is good. But how does that go hand in hand? You vote against it in the government and here in the Riksdagen, but then you're in favour of it. So that's a bit strange. But then you recently changed Minister for Development Aid, and one of the questions to deal with was why is Sweden against South Africa and India producing cheaper vaccines? And it was very clear in that interview that the Green Party does not want to take responsibility for Sweden's and the EU's rather strange line here. So why Is that the case? And my last question then is with regard to international efforts. No government since Tage Erlander have sent so few UN staff out into the world. So what's your view, the Green Party, on this? And how is that, as when you have a UN-friendly government that you don't support the military efforts and civilian efforts of the UN more? Thank you.
Tack, herr ålderspresident. Tack för...
Thank you, Chairman by seniority. Thank you for the welcoming words. I'll be enjoying sitting next to you. Yes, your question about the Nuclear Arms Convention and how it's like for us to sit in this government where we sometimes see that we don't get our way. Well, of course, we can't always get our way. That would be quite strange if a party that only has 4% of the voters can actually decide over the largest party of the Riksdagen. But now the convention has entered into force and Sweden is participating with observers. As regards vaccines, I don't know the details. I don't know the specifics regarding the pharmaceutical companies. But what we want and what our starting point is to make sure that as many people as possible are inoculated as fast as possible. We have to inoculate people around the world. We can't be protected from this disease until everybody has received a vaccine. And then you had a third question as well. Right, yes, military operations and missions. I'm going to have to get back to you with details regarding that. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then Håkan Svenneling, Left Party. Yes.
Thank you very much, Camilla, for those answers. I understand that it's very difficult to read up on the subjects so quickly, and things happen very quickly. And I hope that the Green Party is going to be tough and really stand up for their views when it comes to the climate, but also the peace movement. And I think it's important that you do put pressure on the government here, or within the government. And the foreign minister said that it's very good that about being observers, sent the letter to the United Nations. I think that's very positive, and it's good to be at the forefront as a country. And it's also good that you're in favour of vaccinations, that the whole country needs to be protected. It's very easy for there to become nationalist protectionism in these questions. And of course, it's so important because development aid workers and medical staff around the world need to be vaccinated to be able to help their populations. Thank you. That was rejoinder from Camilla Hansén.
Svenneling,
Yes, thank you, Chairman by seniority, and thank you, Håkan Svenneling. I have lots more to learn, of course. The Green Party's founding value, we have the climate movement, women's movement, peace movement, and we stand up for our values and like solidarity with the animals of the world, the people of the world, and it's also this world that we have to take care of to make sure that coming generations can live here safely. Thank you very much.
Debattregler för den återstående delen av utrikespolitisk debatt. Efter den inledande debatten.
So this is the end of the first debate. And that's also when the interpreters leave. Thank you.
Ledamöter och statsråd som finns i kammaren kan begära replik även om de inte har hållit huvudanförande eller ens står på talarlistan. En talare kan få ordet 2 gånger i ett replikskifte och varje replik får omfatta högst 1 minut. Ordet går för anförande till Kenneth G. Forslund, Socialdemokraterna. Varsågod.
Herr ålderspresident, jag tycker det är en ovanligt spänstig utrikespolitisk debatt i år. Lite förvånande på ett sätt när det i stort sett allt fokus i samhället ligger på covid-19-pandemin, inte utan anledning. Covid-19 och behovet av global vaccinering har också kommit upp flera gånger här i debatten, så det är inte så att vi på något sätt för en debatt här som är verklighetsfrämmande och i en liten bubbla utan tankar på vad som händer utanför. Väldigt mycket av det som är grunden i svensk utrikes- och säkerhetspolitik finns det en bred politisk enighet om här i Sveriges riksdag. Och jag brukar välkomna det faktumet i olika sammanhang, i presentationer och debatter, där jag pekar på det här och det faktumet att det här är en styrka för Sverige och Sveriges säkerhet som ett litet land i en orolig och stormig värld. Men det finns skillnader också. Och det är ganska konstanta skillnader tycks det som. Delvis är det väl så att spänsten i dagens debatt kommer ur det som i ett antal år har varit vattendelaren i svensk utrikes- och säkerhetspolitik. Om Sverige ska gå med i NATO eller inte. Under några korta veckor i slutet av förra året så tog den frågan en delvis ny vändning. På kort tid formades en majoritet här i riksdagen för en så kallad NATO-option. Den ska enligt samma majoritet vara av samma modell som den finska så kallade NATO-optionen. Argumenten hos de partier som bildade majoritet, Moderaterna, Sverigedemokraterna, Centern, Liberalerna och Kristdemokraterna, de varierar något. Och framförallt så finns det två olika uppfattningar mellan de här partierna om den ska användas eller inte. Moderaterna, Centern, Liberalerna och Kristdemokraterna vill att Sverige ska gå med i NATO. Sverigedemokraterna vill inte att Sverige ska gå med i NATO. I dagens debatt har framförallt Moderaterna gjort vad de kan för att göra det här till huvudfrågan i debatten. Option eller inte. Men, herr ålderspresident, frågan måste ju vara NATO-medlemskap eller inte. Det här är ju inte vilken kamratförening som helst som vi eventuellt ska gå med i och där vi bara hamnar i glada vänners lag. Det låter ju så enkelt och ytligt många gånger i debatten om vad det är vi ska gå med i. NATO, det är en geopolitisk organisation som från tid till annan i takt med hur världen utvecklas tvingas att leta efter sin uppgift och i någon mån också återuppfinna sig själv. NATO är inte EU. NATO är en organisation som inte har krav på sina medlemsstater att vara demokratier. Och det är därför som ett land som Turkiet hittas i medlemslistan och Turkiets agerande är ett uppenbart problem, inte bara för länder som funderar på att söka medlemskap i NATO och funderar över vilket sällskap som man kan tänkas hamna i. Turkiet